Welcome to the third round of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters. We've a top 10 countdown of golf at 10 under par, leader Jesper Parnevik. 9, well, that's for the 2 9s at this wonderful course, a mixture of links and parkland. First 9 par 35, par 37 coming home. And one of the best holes is the short par 3 8th. It's 175 yards. Downhill out of the trees towards the ocean, across water. And a green that's proved difficult to hit for some, with the wind suddenly coming off the right-hand side. No problems though on day one for Barry Lane. He'd just come off a bogey at 7. He'd started at 10. This was his penultimate hole. And this one of the shots of the day. Barry Lane on his way to a 68. And that's good enough for a share of second place at the halfway stage. He shares it with Michael Campbell, the Maori, the man who almost won the Open. 7 weeks to go to the Ryder Cup at Oak Hill, Rochester, New York, September 22 to 24. The race to make the European team, hotting up. 6. Well, how about 6 drives from the Open champion, John Daly? Take you about a mile and a half. Daly just making the cut and thrilling the galleries. You see the hairstyle? This is the 5th Scandinavian Masters, trotting home in 91. Colin Montgomery was the first winner. Here at Barsebäck a year later, Nick Faldo. Then Peter Baker against Anders Forsbrand in the playoff last year. Vijay Singh with a marvellous performance. Who will be the winner this year? 4 days to find out, and the crowds flocking from all over Sweden. They're coming across from Denmark as well. 25,000 days 1 and 2. And they estimate that come Sunday morning fairly early, there'll be over 100,000 spectators coming through the doors to watch the golfing stars in action. Three shots for the par 5 for Jarmo Sandelin, the exciting newcomer. A shootout with Daly, and Sandelin not intimidated. Second to the 5th, the par 5. 2 huge shots. Of course, the finishing touch. Eagle 3 for Sandelin. Well, the leaderboard after 2 rounds. Jesper Parnevik leading by 2 shots from Michael Campbell and Barry Lane. Jamie Spence and Mike McLean of England also handily placed. And Anders Forsbrand trying also to become the first Swede to win in his home country. Good round laid on from David Carter. Ian Woosnam's score would have been even better, but he had putting problems. And so it is that its number 1 is Jesper Parnevik. No putting problems for the Swede. Back in his homeland off the US Tour. And 2 67s. Put him in pole position going into the weekend. And everybody wants to see Jesper before he starts his 3rd round, and autographs to be signed. Will he be the winner of the 95 Volvo Scandinavian Masters? Crowds have been coming in since the early hours. Expecting up to 30,000 on this 3rd round. Barsebäck, just 20 miles north of Malmo. They have a free bus service coming out from the city centre as well. Ferries across from Copenhagen, which is just across the water. There's a Volvo or 2 in there. And the odd bicycle. So it's a big weekend for Jesper Parnevik. Conditions are pretty good. We had a lot of heavy rain late on yesterday, just dampened down the course. But will it be a weekend of destiny for Jesper Parnevik? He was 3rd last year.
Kan du fortfarande höra jublet från publiken 18 green när du sänkte birdie igår?
Ja, jag tror det är sånt man aldrig glömmer faktiskt. Det är otroligt känsla. Jag vet inte hur många människor det var, men det var väl säkert uppåt en 10 000.
Du har varit i ledningen för efter 2 ronder, Scottish Open. Då vann du och sprang iväg med tävlingen. Du kan göra likadant idag.
Gärna, det skulle jag inte ha något emot. Lördag brukar vara en nyckeldag och det gäller att man sätter in en bra score idag så att man är med i toppen imorgon.
Måste alltid ha ett bestämt mål ändå. Man kan inte bara gå ut och spela.
Ja, det är både och. Ibland så händer bra runder bara. Det är bara man går ut och så flyter det på bara. Vissa andra dagar får man gå ut och kämpa som tusen och ha ett fast mål som man håller sig vid ganska ordentligt då, så går det på den vägen istället.
Och ditt mål idag?
Ja, förhoppningsvis ska det bara gå ut och hända. Att det bara sker och blir en riktigt rolig runda.
Och så publiken, de ger dig all det stöd du behöver?
Ja, och lite till faktiskt. Det är en enorm känsla. Det är jättekul och publiken ska ju veta det, att det är verkligen de som gör den här tävlingen till en sån enorm tävling som det har blivit Scandinavian Masters.
Big day then at Barsebäck, third round of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters. And we'll be back with all the third round action in just a short while. It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon at Barsebäck, scene of the third round of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters. The leaders now making their way to the first tee. Final preparations on the range and in the practice putting area just behind this first tee. £650,000 at stake, 108,330. And this is what faces the players on the first hole. It's a fairly gentle opener. 339 yards. An invitation to play the Masters mix at Barsebäck, home of the 95 Volvo Scandinavian Masters, a mixture of the old and the new course. This is the first on the old, 13 of those holes on this course. And you see the trees down there. It's 260 yards carry, no problem for the likes of John Daly. And it's a fairly gentle opening. Huge crowds once again have made the trip to the fishing village of Barsebäck, hard by the ocean. And on the tee, Jamie Spence of England. 7 under. First round of 70 and then a 67. He showed that his confidence was coming back. You may have seen him a few weeks ago in the Deutsche Bank Open. Won by Bernhard Langer by some distance. But of course, almost 2 tournaments, and Spence won the second tournament. Big check and an iron off the tee, just playing for position. And playing with Jamie Spence after a couple of 68s. Barry Lane making a late run into the European Ryder Cup side, perhaps. There is a full set of irons, 1, 2 and 3, right through to a couple of wedges, just a couple of woods in Barry's bag. Side by side, two solid opening shots, and got his regular caddy back on the back. Terribly George from the Burka bar, because Gary on the right of your picture overslept yesterday and missed out. John Daly didn't oversleep. He had an early start, just made the cut at 1 over. That was the cut-off point. But he's thrilled the galleries early on with a 67, just a couple of bogeys. Started with a 5 on this opening hole, and then a bogey at 17. But in between, 7 birdies, and John Daly will get a Sunday morning line. Well, this length of putt in the first 2 days, well, certainly yesterday, well, perplexing Ian Woosnam. He just couldn't hold one. You may have seen him on holes 16, 17, 18, about 3, maybe just shorter than this. And he was dribbling them up to the hole. If he's to get into contention, if he's to make his way into the Ryder Cup side on merit, and he's got to start holding these. There were signs in the first round, 67, that he was coming back to form. It was 71 yesterday. Oh, yeah. Doesn't like it, does he? Another chance gone. He's teed to green. He's just hitting the ball so well. Woosnam on his way, 2 past the start. And here's Colin Montgomery. Also had his share of putting problems, but he's birdied the second, par 1 and 3. This is tee shot of 4. 186 yards, par 3, just a medium iron. Well, not he needs to throw in a 65, 66. He's well capable, of course. Let's take a look at hole 4. This is the Parkland stretch of the course. Then we have the 3 links holes and the final 7 holes or so, majestically tree-lined. Bunker on the right catches a lot of players out. Well, who's making progress early on? Juan Quiros from Spain, that's who. 4 birdies and a first bogey of the day, not coming to unlucky 13. Quiros, who started at 1 under, now at -4. Barry Lane's second shot to the opening hole. Again, this will be just a short iron over the trees. Really is hitting the ball so solid. Just pull that a fraction. Just finding his form through to the finals of the Anderson Consulting World Championship of Golf. Mats Lanner, winner in Madeira last year, and a good round for the Swede. Into 4 under, level par at the start of the day, and had a flawless round. 4 birdies, no bogeys at all. 68 for Mats Lanner. Jamie Spence just wondering about the wind. There isn't much. There's a little bit of a breeze, as you would expect for a course right by the ocean. Great start. And he can make that. He's into a share of second place at the first possible opportunity. Telling me he found a little bit tired after a long run of tournaments, but that will refresh him. There's Robert Allenby now at the 5th hole. Had a good Open Championship, the current Australian Open champion and winner for the last 2 years of the Australasian Order of Merit. 4 pars to start. Tidy card. He began the day at 5 under. Lovely putting stroke. That's some relaxed, smooth, orthodox grip. It's been pretty pacey and just a whisker away. Five straight pars to start. Well, there he is, the Swedish man of the moment. Big weekend for Jesper Parnevik, and he's partnered with Michael Campbell in the final match of the day. Watching round 3 of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters, and Campbell, who was so close, just a shot away from joining the playoff in the Open Championship. He led after 3, and of course Jesper Parnevik, who was just a shot away from a playoff the previous year at Turnberry, when he took a bogey at the last and lost out, handed the title to Nick Price. Barry Lane has stuck with his putter for some while now. It's a ladies putter, a little bit of lead tape on the back, cut down rather shorter than standard. Big swing, he's allowed a lot of break. And he read it well. It's not the best second shot he's ever hit, but a good, confidence-inducing first putt. Now Colin Montgomery at the 4th for a birdie 2. Second birdie of the day if he makes it. Well, I wonder if it's going to be one of those days. He's playing with fellow Scot Adam Hunter. And Hunter just coming off a bogey at the 3rd, slipping back to 4 under. Still 6 under them for the Scot. It's a pretty tidy start. Set birdie at the 2nd. Well, good reception for Campbell, who's going with a wood rather unusually on this first. Most of the players have been hitting iron, but once of John Daly just blast a wood over the trees, and it makes it a very simple hole then if you get away with your tee shot. A lovely flowing swing. The safe side, up the left-hand side, into the first cut. That's not lying too badly. Now just listen to the reception for this man.
Med 67 slag är det med viss stolthet vi presenterar från Sverige Jesper Parnevik.
Two-shot lead going into this 3rd round for Jesper Parnevik, safely on his way, though he will have to come into the first green over the trees on the right. Well, he looks relaxed. And the Swedish challenge reinforced by Anders Forsbrand. Not the best of starts for Anders, though. He opened with a bogey 5. And this was how missed the second as well. Second fairway, this is second shot. 383 yards. And, well, he's on. Par 4, Barry Lane at the first. Jamie Spence for a birdie. Lovely touch. What a start for Jamie Spence. And he's straight away into a share of second place. Let's take a look at hole number 2. 350 metres, 383 yards. On the bunker, up on the right-hand side. That's the problem. That's where Anders Forsbrand was. And it stretches some 50 yards and then into a green protected by just one bunker on the right-hand side. But also surrounded by trees, can make the wind a little bit tricky to judge. And for the second hole running, Barry Lane going with an iron off the tee. That's the way the second hole's played so far. 78 birdies. And, well, it's a hole where you're looking for a birdie. So just flirting with that bunker. And Jesper Parnevik with an iron off the tee. He's far enough back to have no worries about getting over those trees. It looks fairly simple, but the likes of Thomas Levey, David Carter, Anders Forsbrand, Mike McLean, and of course John Daly have all made 5 here today. He's going to get applause whatever he does throughout the weekend. Just a little bit pulled. Going into Copenhagen Airport, coming in over the ocean. You can see how long Michael Campbell was. Not necessarily a good thing. Run out about 290 yards off the tee. He's hit it about 270. He's just got that tree on the left to worry about. He may be a little bit closer. They may have to go underneath it, but he probably actually got a sand wedge and probably will be going over. It's only got about 50 or 60 yards to the green. He's sitting down a bit. Just released over the back of the green, but that's not bad. marvellous sight for Campbell, and particularly Jesper Parnevik, as they set out on this third round. That just the whole hole ringed by spectators, 7-8 deep. He just turned it a little bit over to the left-hand side and left himself quite a lengthy putt. Just an adjustment to be made. Spencer took the metal wood off the tee that much closer. About 140 to go. This is probably just an 8 iron. Certainly the right club, but again just turned a little bit to the left. This is Lee Westwood, who's going very well at the 8th. He's had 4 birdies so far today and just the 1 bogey at the 3rd. Pretty good. He's got a reasonably level putt, 2-tier green, the pin on the top tier. He's got to start making these putts. That was a better strike, and in he goes. It was a much more confident strike, and that was the key for Ian Woosnam. Now, if he can keep that putting stroke throughout this Saturday afternoon, he's not going to be far away at the end of it. Jesper Parnevik has already putted for birdie. He was quite a long way from the pin and hasn't gone in for a 3. This is for a 3 for Michael Campbell to cut the gap to 1. Mark from the second shot out of the rough on the ball, can't clean it until he gets onto the green. What a beautiful putting stroke as well. Just about every putt he gives a chance of going in. So a safe par at the first hole for Michael Campbell. Jesper Parnevik, typical Swedish putter, always giving the ball a chance. Very aggressive on the putting green. Just got this little tester back. It shouldn't really be a problem. Ian Woosnam after that birdie at the 3rd. 3 shots off the pace. Tee shot at the 4th hole. And he really is hitting the ball so well to the green. If he starts making the putts, that's going to be the key. I see plenty of birdies, I promise you, this afternoon. But this will be a bonus for Barry Lane if he were to get this one in. He'd be happy just to get it close and take his second par. If he were to win this week, Barry Lane, they have an excellent chance of making the European Ryder Cup side. Just running into form at the right time. Desperately wants to play. He's still haunted by the memory of his singles loss to Chip Beck when he was 3 up with 5 to play. Wants to set the record straight. Jamie Spence has played a bit of team golf in his time, was captain of the English trio that won the Alfred Dunhill Cup. Well, he'll be looking for a double birdie start now. Oh, he's got a chance. Oh, why, looks to have the range. The Dunhill Cup winning side was back in 1992 at St Andrews. He's so close. Lee Westwood, 8th green for birdie. Again, good pace. And Westwood, who made such a brilliant start to his career on the Volvo Tour last year. Just consolidating this. It's not been as good a year, but he's a good player. So Westwood 3 under for the day. Second hole, Michael Campbell has already driven. He's safely in the middle. Over to the right-hand side. That suggests he's going to aim it up the left-hand side of the fairway, away from the bunker on the right. Good shots, just simple seconds left. This is the third shot of Colin Montgomery at the par 5 5th hole. 558 yards. Well, I think we're giving that one. Colin Montgomery is going to make his second birdie of the day. And he's about to go 7 under. Let's take a look at this 5th hole. Tight drive. A long, long way out of the trees. And watch those trees that cut into the fairway on the left-hand side as well. And a couple of bunkers up the left-hand side. That one on the left of your screen now might just come into play for the second shots if the drive's not been got away. This was in range for the likes of John Daly and Jarmo Sandlin on day 1. Made eagle 3 here. Colin Montgomery is about to make birdie 4. Jesper Parnevik safely on his way with a par. Jamie Spence picking up an early birdie. And out on the course, a birdie, an early success for Ian Woosnam and Roger Chapman to the turn in 31. 4 birdies for the Englishman. John Daly, start of the day, out early with the crowds, and a round of 68. Jesper Parnevik with his second shot to the second hole. Tournament leader. 2 opening rounds of 67. Adrenaline must be pumping, but he's such a clean, crisp hitter of his irons. He gets more spin than most. And just tucked a little bit to the left. I mean, such a good first season on the Volvo Tour is Michael Campbell. Glittering career right from his amateur days when he was a star of the New Zealand Eisenhower Trophy side, and then Rookie of the Year in Australasia. Won first time out, and currently right up there, 5th place on the Volvo money list. Next step will be a win. Might come this week. Oh, beautiful shot. Well, that's going to be a birdie. That's going to put the pressure on Parnevik. Well, we lost to Ernie Els to the American Tour. I think we found a great young star in the making. The best second shot at the 3rd for Anders Forsbrand, and a little bit to do if he's to save his par. Particularly good start, bogey at the 1st and then a par at the 2nd. Well, there's Roger Chapman's run to the turn. A birdie at this third, a birdie at the 3rd, and then a hat-trick of birdies, 7, 8 and 9. Better putting stroke from Ian Woosnam. Gave it a chance, got it past the hole. Be a big blow for Parnevik if he could make this one. You can see the lead is 2, but that's going to be cut for sure by Michael Campbell in just a few moments. Colin Montgomery also up onto the leaderboard. Ian Woosnam looks to have found a putting stroke, and out making for home now, Roger Chapman with that excellent first 9. Woodley looks relaxed. The tee tucked behind the ear, the cap flap pointing up. He knows that the crowds are 100% behind him. Can he give them cause to celebrate? Slick putt down as he got it right. Well, it wasn't far away. A steady start. This should be a formality for Campbell. He won't take too long over this. cut to one. Campbell on his own in second place. Now we come to the third, normally a par 5, and this is one of the courses, one of the holes from the new course. 7 of those in play on the Masters mix. Across the lake, it's a par 4 for the pros. Almost a blind second. It's 476 yards. And Jamie Spence, well, he won't know quite how good that is. Another bounce or two and he would have been very close. There it is. You can see they've moved the tee forward. As I say, normally a par 5. It's a dog leg to the left, banking all on the right, and the rough is pretty horrendous out there. You don't want to be right, and of course you don't want to be that far left because you've got the water then to worry about. And you turn for the green. The green is raised above the fairway, tilted back towards the players, so receptive to a well-struck shot. But if you're offline, 3 bunkers, ready to snaffle your ball. So now they're coming over the water. That's a better one for Barry Lane. Again, left side of the green, but the pin happens to be over there, and he's got a chance for his first birdie of the day. Now Mike McLean slipping back. Start of the day, it's at 6 under. He's dropped shots at the first and at the third. .186 yards. This will be probably a 4, maybe a 3 iron for McLean. No matter what club you take, others may take less club, but it's a good result. Colin Montgomery on a little bit of a run early on. He's looking for his second birdie in a row. Not to be this time. There was a chance. So he's 2 under for the day. Well, there's the Ryder Cup standings at the moment. The top 5 places down to Colin Montgomery. Those are secure. Now in that 6 to 10, only Per Ulrik Johansson has a chance to pick up points. So we're looking outside the top 10 to say who's going to make a move at Barsebäck this week. Ian Woosnam might. Miguel Jimenez, good first round, 67. He slipped back a little bit. Darren Clark missed the cut. Of course, Barry Lane right up at the top end of the tournament, also with a chance maybe to get into that top 10. I know that Pernod Gallagher would like Ian Woosnam to play his way into the side. He's got 2 picks. He doesn't want one of them to have to be Ian Woosnam. Well, his iron play is so solid. He's had a couple of wayward drives, but he starts making the putts, who knows. Robert Allenby on the 8th. Allenby 5 under, looking for his first birdie of the day. 7 straight pars. Jamie Spence for his second birdie in the opening 3 holes. This will put him level with Michael Campbell in second place and just 1 shot behind Jesper Parnevik. Good pace, maybe a little bit too firm. Been 2 pars so far for Barry Lane. This is an outstanding opportunity to make his first move. He's tended to hit a couple of slack shots during the course of the tournament. That's what stopped him adding to his total of wins. Always on the low side. So, tidy start for Barry Lane, 3 straight pars. And his force round. Nope. Strange looking putter that Anders has switched to, not doing the trick there. Ross McFarlane was one of the first round leaders after a 66th, and he's found his form again in this 3rd day to the turn in 32, 3, 4 birdies, and just the 1 bogey. It's a little tester for Jamie Spence back. Nicely in the middle. So his game looks in good order. Ian Woosnam and the wobbly going to work. So it would have been a time when he just stepped up and knocked these in some time ago. Way down at outside the top 100 in the Volvo Order of Merit. That's partly a reflection of how he's played and how little he's played, but he's put some work in the last few weeks. There were signs at Hilversum in the Dutch Open that the form was coming back. He's looking for the swing now. Has he given that enough? Oh, it wasn't a bad putt, actually. But it was an opportunity he will feel wasted. Now, 3rd hole. Line 2nd for tournament leader Jesper Parnevik. That's an awkward, wretched bunker chase. Quite close to the back edge, and will have a downhill stance. Not much green to work with as well. That will test him. Michael Campbell seems to be firing on all cylinders, and that's a big tee shot. He would have, well, he'll know that even if he can't see where Jesper's finished, he'll know it's not particularly good because the lack of applause will tell him. Just as the applause will tell him what a good shot that is. It could be a first real big swing of the day. So Michael Campbell putting the pressure on his playing partner and tournament leader Jesper Parnevik. Parnevik still leading by 1, but he's bunkered in the 3rd hole. Michael Campbell 1 shot away. Jamie Spence also making up a shot, sharing 3rd with Barry Lane, and a little and large Montgomery and Woosnam also making a move. John Daly out early in the day, thrilling the galleries. With a round of 67, Daly will get a Sunday line. the start of the day. Jesper Parnevik led by 2 after 2 holes. The lead down to 1, and Parnevik bunkered with his second at the 3rd. And Michael Campbell, the man who's in second, in good shape. Jesper Parnevik dragging his second left. He got away with it on the first 2 holes. He was left side of the green on both occasions, but this at the 3rd, a wretched spot. You see his back of the bunker, his stance is awkward. Got quite a bit of sand to go over, and then not much green to work with. The stance that the lie of the ball suggests that it's going to come out fairly low, but you can see he's really opening it. Wow. Almost 90 degrees, really, and he's really going to slide this across the ball, and he is going to try and get it up and land it softly. Almost a trick shot. Well, he couldn't have played it much better, and even so, he may still be to play. He's not much closer, if at all, than Michael Campbell, and he's played a shot more. Allenby for his first birdie of the day. Ah, beautifully done. So, first game for Allenby. He goes to 6 under. 4 behind Parnevik, that may be 3 shortly. Indeed, Jesper Parnevik hasn't lost his turn. Parnevik leading by 1 at the moment. And we could have a Campbell leapfrogging into the lead. Certainly one drop shot, and that just kept going. This is for par for Barry Lane at the 4th. Just off the left edge and safely in. Well, now he's just 1 shot off the lead. That may change, of course. This is a real chance for Michael Campbell. Joint leader at the moment. This won't be short. So Strye came close to winning the British Open, and he's not been daunted or unhinged by the experience. He's in the lead, at least by one, might be by two. Just look at this putting stroke, the confidence really of youth. Beautiful roll. It was only ever going one place. Oh, this is no gimme. So that's a double bogey 6 for Jesper Parnevik, and he slips back into a share of second place with Jamie Spence and Barry Lane, and Michael Campbell walks off the third. Well, he's already walked off with a spring in his step. He leads by 2, and the crowd stunned. Jamie Spence trying to save his par, about the same length that Barry Lane had. Wisdom at the 6th, third shot. Applause, but pulled up too quickly. And again, he's got one of those length putts. It seems every green he's got one that length. This one will be to save par. Take a look at the 4th hole. That's where we find the leaders. Did birdies for Lee Westwood and Paul McGinley, and Michael Johnson. Of course, Ross McFarland a bogey. Michael Campbell, new leader of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters. He leads by 2 from Jamie Spence, Barry Lane and Jesper Parnevik. Hello, I'm Steve Beddoe, and it's a welcome to Star TV viewers. Welcome live to Barsebäck in southern Sweden for the 3rd round of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters. And sit back and enjoy some sparkling golf in beautiful sunshine. We had some rain yesterday afternoon. That's the first water we've had for about 2 weeks, and it's glorious conditions. This course by the channel that separates Denmark and Sweden. Let's bring you up to date with the early action. Quite a difference as well. Jesper Parnevik was the leader going into this round at 10 under. He's playing with Michael Campbell. Michael Campbell, the New Zealander, is now the leader. 2 shots swing at the last hole, the 3rd. A 3-shot swing because Campbell made a birdie, and Jesper Parnevik, who started with 2 pars, a double bogey 6. So Campbell starting par, birdie, birdie, and Parnevik par, double bogey, now sharing second place with Jamie Spence, who picked up a birdie at the first and has followed that with 3 pars, and Barry Lane, who's had 4 straight pars. Roger Chapman up onto the leaderboard as well. It's 7 under, and the Englishman 5 under for the day, and Ian Woosnam also 7 under, just the 1 birdie, but Ian Woosnam's been having problems the last day or 2 with his putting, and he keeps hitting the ball close, but he can't get it into the hole. So important for Jesper Parnevik at this 4th hole, the par 3, for Parnevik to get a solid shot in. Crowd and a huge galleries once again rooting for Parnevik, stunned by that double bogey. No Swede has ever won in Sweden. Parnevik came pretty close last year when he was 3rd in this Scandinavian Masters behind Vijay Singh and Mark McNulty, and the year before that Anders Forsbrand, who's also featuring in the upper echelons of this tournament, lost a playoff to Peter Baker of England. This is Ian Woosnam to save his par. He bunkered his 2nd, and it's this length of putt that's caused him problems, and does so again. It's getting up to the hole. It's a crisper putting stroke than he had in the 2nd round, where he took 71, which could have been so much better. But he's not comfortable on the greens. drops the shot, 4 behind the leader. Anders Forsbrand mentioned that he almost won this tournament 2 years ago. He got this for a birdie at the par 5 fifth. Began the day with a bogey. Since then, 3 pars. One over for the day. Take a look at this 5th hole from the air. 510 metres, that's 558 yards. It's a tight driving hole. Trees either side, not too much punishing rough in there, but stops any thoughts of getting on in 2. Jarmo Sandlin and John Daly. Well, they're 2 players that can reach this in 2. Indeed, Sandlin did in round 1 and made an eagle 3. News of John Daly, he made the cut just. Cut falling at 1 over par. And it was an early start for John Daly. He made the most of it. He's got a line on a Sunday. He was round in 67. He's in the clubhouse. Joint leader in the clubhouse at 4 under with Mats Lanner of Sweden, who had a 68. The left-hand side, but that's okay. Been a pretty solid start for Jamie Spence. Leader then by 2, Michael Campbell. Rounds of 69 and then a 67 yesterday. One swinging from left to right. Wow. No thoughts of lagging. And Orca one back. I don't think it will worry him. He doesn't seem to have any fear on the greens. And of course, here we have 2 men who yet to win a major, but have both come close. Jesper Parnevik last year at Turnberry, the last hole bogey. Let Nick Price in, and of course Michael Campbell, the leader of the British Open from St Andrews a couple of weeks ago, by 2 going into the final round, and chances just blown away as John Daly compiled an excellent one. It's a brilliant 71 in horrendous windy conditions, gale force. Campbell said that's the toughest conditions he's ever played golf in. Been known to blow a bit around New Zealand as well. Oh, come on, Jesper. Oh, no, that was a chance. His putter's been hot the first 2 days, 2 67s. Hasn't made one yet though, and that was a real chance. Still collect the shot. It's not an easy one for Campbell. Never really in doubt. Campbell 2 under for the day, leading by 2. Colin Montgomery. This the 7th hole, I believe. to save par at 8. He just dropped the shot at 7, and Montgomery's saving par at 8, and he's 6 under. There's Barry Lane's third shot into the 5th hole. Opportunity for his first birdie of the day. Lane, who's starting to find his form just out that top 10. Ryder Cup points table by Johnny Walker. 5 tour wins so far. The last one last year, the Open de Balagueras, which he made a pretty good fist of defending this year. Until recently, his form hasn't been of its best, but signs that he's really coming into form at the right time of the year. Michael Campbell, though, leads by 2 in the early stages of the 3rd round from Jamie Spence, Barry Lane, and Jesper Parnevik. And what a round so far from Roger Chapman. He's got another birdie. That's 5 for the Englishman through 12. Beautiful scene at Barsebäck across the sea, Copenhagen and Denmark. 3 holes on this Masters mix of the old and new courses by the sea. Before that, some Parkland holes, and that's where we find Barry Lane, who's one of 3 players sharing 2nd place, 2 behind leader Michael Campbell. Lane has started with 4 birdies, and he has this for his 4 pars, I beg your pardon. He's got this for his first birdie of the day. Original way of marking the ball. Is that a smile or is it a frown? Well, it may be a frown. So still can't make any inroads, but not slipping back. This was Jamie Spence on tape. Made a 3 at the first. Oh, well, that was rather misjudged. Frank Novelo slipping back at 3 under. Just coming off a double bogey at the 7th hole. His first setback of the day, 6 pars, and then double bogey 6. Spence back from, and that's the first shot dropped of the day for Jamie Spence. Cancels out the birdie he made at the first. He's back to 7 under. Now, this is par 5. We mentioned it, a tight hole off the tee. And Michael Campbell, the tournament leader of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters, has gone left. Now, he may be, there's an avenue through the trees, but it's a long way out into the clear. He's really got no choice other than to take the shot on. See the wind, just a breeze, it's freshening at the moment, keeping it very pleasant, but just adding to the problems for the golfers. 3 eagles so far, including that one in the round 1 from Jarmo Sandelin. Now the lie looks to be okay. We'll probably get down and just have a look at it. You see much of it's all been trodden down by the huge galleries making their way around the course. But he's probably got about 100 yards to get it out through the tree. That there is a patch. He will try and hit it low. And maybe with a little bit of fade, low fade out into the middle, off the back foot. Still not certain. I don't think he's got much option if he were to sort of come out sideways. He's still got plenty of trees to get past, so he's as well taking on the challenge, but important that he settles himself and got it running. Didn't get it fading, but it's okay. See just the size of the galleries. We're about 20 miles north of the city of Malmo, about 150 miles south of Gothenburg, where the World Athletics Championships are taking place now. Parnevik was in trouble off the tee as well. And right by the microphone, side of the fairway. I have to move that. He's okay. It's a reasonably straight putt. That was a good effort. Four under in the clubhouse. John Daly with his 67, Mats Lanner 68, and Juan Quiros after a 69, and in at 3 under, Richard Boxall after a 69, and Gary Emerson also a 69. Hole, 459 yards, dogleg left and uphill to the green. You can see that the trees on the right, if you come off your drive and push it out there, trees left as well, and then just a medium iron in. But difficult shot to gauge. It's the green quite a way above you. And fourth round of this for par, so he's found a few problems, but that was for birdie, so almost made up a shot. And he's going to walk off with a 4. So not much happening for Anders so far on a Saturday afternoon. Michael Campbell, third shot. He's still quite a way back. I think I heard the caddy say nice 8 iron, so probably got about 150 or so to the pin. Set himself up in London as his European base, Tooting Beck, South London. Just a bit heavy. So we had to walk the streets of Tooting Beck unrecognised. Suggest those days, if not already, will soon be gone. There's Barry Lane in trees. Just looking for a route through. Just to bring up to the Anders Forsbrand, that fact was for Parney. Took his second bogey of the day, bogey 5 at the 6, and Forsbrand is back to 4 under. You can see the periscopes for the people at the back to get a view. Crowd are almost able to reach out and touch Jesper Parnevik. Both short. Well, out on the course, and we see him soon. Roger Chapman really is setting the course line. He's just had another birdie at 13, and he's into a share second place at 8 under with Parnevik and Barry Lane, and Barry Lane may be dropping out of second. You can see he was right off the tee and into those trees, and still a long way short. There's the prize fund, £650,000, £108,000, £330 for the winner. And that also will count if they're a European as the Ryder Cup points. We could do with a European winner. I have one for 3 weeks. Scott Hoke in Holland last week, John Daly in the Open, and before that the Scottish, it was the Australian Wayne Riley. Riley not here this week. Woosnam now on the 8th. A par at 7. Oh, super shot again. I keep saying it, but he really is playing so well from tee to green. This is Colin Montgomery at the 9th for a par. And next City's out in 34. 1 under for the day. Trying to keep cool on a hot day in Sweden. Barry Lane, his 3rd shot to the 6th. And they're up at the rough trample down tight lie. Very quickly, he doesn't like it, and got a flyer. Air mailed it over the green. Oh, Campbell, he's so aggressive, and there's a couple of those, but that one, there's a tester coming back, no doubt about it. Parnevik pretty well on the same line and not that much closer. May still get a shot back. Safe 5. Woosnam, his tee shot was pretty good. Oh, he's got one. Well, that will help. His tee-shot was good and actually rolled down the slope. Didn't matter. Yeah, Woolston gets his second birdie of the day. He's had 1 bogey, 7 under. Oh, no, this tournament. Real confidence booster. He almost looks as if he's friends with the putter again. Jamie Spence's third to the 6, missed it on the left. Tournament leader Michael Campbell racing that birdie attempt past the hole and just a good 10 foot back. Just a little bit tentative, and he dropped his shot. First bogey of the day. Par for Parnevik, so the lead for Campbell is now just 1. In 1991, it was Colin Montgomery who won the inaugural Scandinavian Masters. Nick Fowler won here at Barsebäck. Into 92, Peter Baker after a playoff, and then Vijay Singh. Who's going to win this year? Well, how about Roger Chapman? No one would have thought of him at the beginning of the day, but the Englishman with 6 birdies in the first 13 holes, no bogeys, and into a share of second place with Barry Lane and Jesper Parnevik, 1 shot behind Michael Campbell. Round 3 of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters from Barsebäck in southern Sweden. It's a par 72. 2 courses here, the old and the new. The Masters mix uses some of the best holes from both. Course lies 20 miles to the north of Malmo, 150 miles south from Gothenburg, and just 10 miles or so across the ocean from Copenhagen. They've been streaming across from all parts, huge crowds. Jamie Spence trying to save his par at 6. And slipping back to 6 under. It's 2 bogeys in a row. There's the best rounds today. John Daly was out early and he treated to the early risers, and there were plenty of them, to a wonderful display of 67. Matt Slanner a 68. Philip Talbot from Royal Mid Surrey, 69. Richard Boxall from Camberley, playing out with the Chobham Club, also a 69. From South Wilts, it's Gary Emerson, the club pro, on tour with a 69 also. And as Forsbrand has a chance to get a shot back, and he needs to. He's been slipping out of contention, dropped a shot at the first, and at the last hole, the 6th. But he's played this 7th pretty well. It's not easy either, 405 yards. In into a narrow green. That was the spur that the crowd were waiting for. A big hitter, Anders Forsbrand. He goes to 5 under, and on 5 under also another big hitter, the tiny Italian Canonica, has just eagled the 16th, and he's 3 under for the day, 5 under overall. I reckon about 30,000 spectators here today. Now 3 holes down along the beach. Links Golf, Conor Montgomery on the 10th, the middle links hole. 448 yards. Monty with a chance for a birdie. Jesper Parnevik now just 1 shot behind, but he's 2 over for the day. That's because of the third, where he took double bogey 6, bunkered his second, came out and 3 putted. See, not much breeze, and certainly don't feel it out on this part of the course, sheltered by the trees. 420 metres. The wind switched direction. It was from the other side the first 2 days. Glorious day the first day, then we had quite a bit of rain yesterday afternoon, just softened the fairways a little bit. That's the way it's played. 33 birdies so far, and Parnevik in good shape off the tee. And he's looking for his first birdie of the day. So it'll probably be a 5 or a 6 iron. Bunker on the left, and trees quite close, cutting in on the right. Looks like he's going to try and fade that one in. Oh, beautifully played. And there's Roger Chapman, who has promised to put in a spell in the commentary box later on this afternoon. He may have 1 or 2 interviews to do before he gets here. But it's a super round for the Englishman, who's never won on the Volvo Tour, been second so many times. Out in 31, 4 under to the turn, and then 12 and 13 picking up shots as well. Not easily the closing holes, but there is another birdie opportunity, the par 5 16th. That's a long way away from Michael Campbell's thoughts at the moment. He's gone right off the tee at the 6th. Remember, he went left at the 5th, overcorrected. It's a nasty spot. We saw it cost Barry Lane a shot. See, plenty of room on the left-hand side. You just see those trees on the right. That's where Michael Campbell's put his ball. It's just about on drive range as well. And then you swing away to the right uphill. Those trees won't worry these players. 105 yards to the front of the green from the front of the elbow, and then the pin cut quite a way back today, and you see how tight those trees are on the right hand side. And over the course of the first 2 days, quite a few balls just slipping off, sliding into the trees. That's a problem that Michael Campbell may have to come. I don't think there's any real way out of those trees, certainly not in terms of getting onto the green. See, the carry the trees 280, 290 yard, and may have been going for it, but I think it was rather ambitious if he were. Barry Lane's second to the 7th narrow approach. Right over the pin. Super shot, pin cut tight into that bunker on the left-hand side. Colin Montgomery for birdie at the 10th. How's he got this one? Oh, he's suffering. Can't believe it, can he? Half a club short. Well, it probably was the right club. It just turned it over a little bit on the left. He's pinned high. And there's the ball, I think, of Michael Campbell. He's saying there's just no way through. Well, he's just got to get it out and take his medicine. Maybe waiting for a ruling. So who's going to be the winner of the Scandinavian Masters in 1995? The tournament came about in 1991. Combination of the SEO, Enterprises Open, the PLM. There were 2 tournaments in Sweden. They've combined for one super tournament. Always attracts huge crowds. And there's the first winner, Colin Montgomery, of this tournament, trotting home in 1991 on the 11th tee. The right-hand side, that's okay. Narrow fairway. The first cut of rough's not too much of a problem, but if you're off it wider than that, you're in deep hay. It may be TV cable that he's... Well, if he gets a drop out of this, I think he's a very lucky young man. I don't think he's entitled to one. You see what he's after, and he's entitled to, because he's entitled to try and make the rules work for you. If he can get out a little bit closer to the fairway, then he might have a shot in. I might be saying rabbits. It might be animal scrape. We'll come back to that. Ian Woolston's second to the 9th, and well, he just keeps hitting the ball so close, and sooner or later, as we saw at 8, he's got to make some putts, and he did at 8, and well, he may get a drop, and it may be for if it's animal scrapes, fair enough.
Can you check this downstairs? I think you point what he's doing.
Well, he doesn't want to go that way. That was not the intention.
You've got to get total relief from the damage standing up. Okay, well, so it's the clubbing from there, isn't it?
See, there's his nearest point of total relief. Then he will have a club length. Saga continues. Jamie Spence, 3rd shot at the 7th. Good pace as well. Well, we have a tie at the top. Roger Chapman's just birdied 14-3 birdies in a row, and Chapman also 9 under, 7 under for the day. One more birdie and no drop shots. It's going to be a new course record. Well, this final 2 ball of the day are going to drop a long way behind the other matches. Well, he's got to drop. He's gone near his point of relief, and then he's come the other way for that club length. That's where he wanted to get, and he may just have a view of the green. Long, frustrating wait for Jesper Parnevik, who's patiently standing ahead in the middle of the fairway. Well, he's got about 150, 160 yards to the pin. Follow second shot into the 10th. Reached the turn in 37. He's 2 over for the day, 8 pars and a double bogey at 7. Seeking his first birdie of the day. And Ian Woosnam looking for his 3rd birdie.
Hit it, Ian.
He hasn't. Oh, but I thought he was getting him past the hole, and that one on line, he just a tad more and had to go in right in the middle. But Woosnam remains at 7 under them. Now Barry Lane for a birdie at 7 for his first success of the day, if he makes it. Good pace, but Michael Campbell, 3rd shot now, the 6th. They've lost a clear hole. Fighting to save his par. Barry Lane made his par at 7, just tapped in for a 4. In the meantime, Jesper Parnevik's hit his ball. I don't know how close he's probably over and past the pin, Jeff, but what a reception. And if ever a crowd can lift a man to a title, it's going to be here this week. You can see just on the left of your picture the car park absolutely packed. Most of them Volvos. Barry Lane, he's saw no birdies so far today, but this has been a good hole for him. He's made 2s in each of the first 2 rounds. Super shot, almost went in the hole on Thursday. He's just punching that ball in. No real follow through, punching it low and on line. Still Campbell to play, looking to save his par, and you can see why there was so much applause for Jesper Parnevik, because he's got a birdie chance. I'm delighted to say that being joined in the commentary box once again by Mark Rowe. A little bit hot, fresh off the course. How did it go today for you, Mark?
A very disappointing day. Unfortunately, bad on the greens, good tee to green, and dismal on them, unfortunately. But I'm very hot and sticky, and I'm pleased to be in front of your fans, Steve.
It's the fan that goes around and keeps you cool. Michael Campbell then, this at the 6 to save his par, and that's dribbling away on the low side. Mark just taking a look at the leaderboard, and at the moment Michael Campbell there on his own, but that tap in for a bogey puts him back to 8 under. It's a 3-way tie now with Parnevik, who could take the lead, and Roger Chapman, I can tell you, has just dropped a shot at 15, his first bogey of the day. But what a move by Roger.
Yeah, it's always a danger, of course. Couple under par setting out, and got hot with a putter, obviously, and now all of a sudden he's coming out of the lower checks and into contention.
Parnevik then 2 over for the day, that double bogey at the 3rd. It's for his first birdie. Oh, got it. Just enough left. Didn't think he was going to make it. So Parnevik opens his account. First birdie of the day at 6. And with Michael Campbell taking bogey 5, dropping 2 shots in a row, Jesper Parnevik of Sweden, much to this huge gallery's delight, is the 3rd round leader of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters here at Barsebäck. He leads by 1 from Roger Chapman and Michael Campbell. Robert Allenby in there as well with Barry Lane. It's a wonderful afternoon in southern Sweden, looking out from Barsebäck across the channel to Denmark, and it's a water sports paradise. It's not bad for golfers as well. 3rd round of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters. Obviously better with me, Mark Rowe, off the course, and we're looking at Anders Forsbrand's 2nd shot to the 9th. Has the wind changed round today, Mark?
It most certainly has. This was playing down and off the left today, which it was into and off the left yesterday, so a much shorter iron 2nd shot. Flag tucked away on the right side, but obviously an 8 or a 9 iron for Forsbrand, so he can fly straight at it. Which he did beautifully, and picks up a birdie chance.
Yeah, he could do with making a move. So too could Barry Lane. He's had 2 twos here so far this week. Can he make it 3? Big swing on that one laid on.
Yep, it was a lovely putt, and from where he was stood would have looked good all the way, and had a foot short of the hole, just turned its nose up and decided not to go.
So only a par. But of course he's just 2 shots off the pace, still very tight at the top. Parnevik by 1 from Chapman, and Campbell by 2 from Lane and Robert Allenby. And a whole posse at 6 under. And here is Robert Allenby at the 12, heading inland from the sea, up the hill and into the wooded part of the course. And he just 2 off the pace still. Ian Woosnam, nothing wrong, Mark, with the way he's playing tee to green on the evidence of what I've seen so far today.
No, looks to be swinging very well. You saw yesterday struggling with the blade, and that really is the destroyer for us professionals. If we can't hole out, you know, you hit the ball as good as you like. If you don't complete the job, then unfortunately you can't compete.
Well, it's the first view of Roger Chapman, who's come right out of the pack to, well, at one stage to the top of the leaderboard. He's 8 under, 6 under for the day. 3rd shot to 16.
No, he definitely hit that heavy. I think he suffers a little bit with his nerves, Roger. He's so determined to win his first tournament, and it's been such a long time in coming. I think when he gets up there, he really does put too much pressure on himself, and he'll be disappointed with that chip shot.
Well, here's Jamie Spence, who's going to be pretty happy, is he, with that? Oh, that was almost so good.
Lovely putt from long range. Been putting beautifully all week, over in the first 2 days, and the putter was very hot indeed.
So it's a par for Jamie Spence, and it's a par also for Barry Lane. Now the 10th, Ian Woosnam. He's one of that posse on 6 under with Jamie Spence, Colin McGorry, Miguel Jimenez is fighting back. Paul Way's there as well, and it's a while since we've seen Paul Way on a leaderboard. But he's 4 under for the day.
Well, what a difference a day makes. Maybe that'll get him on a roll. And
well, he held one about that length at the 8th, and in a way that sort of putt is probably a little bit easier than the 8-footers that you expect to hold. You can almost release the club at that one, and you've got nothing to lose. No, if it doesn't go in, well.
I think when you're putting badly, you're absolutely right, Steve. You'd much rather have a 10-foot putt than a 5-footer. You know, I mean, those putts you don't feel you're going to make every time, and there's less pressure on them.
Well, plenty of pressure on Jesper Parnevik. The pressure of expectation. I'm saying that look at all the periscopes out there as well. It just shows how big the crowds are. I think there's 30,000 here today.
Hardly any left in Malmo, I guess.
Coming in from the right side of the 7th. Really does give it a mighty hit, and it sits down fairly quickly, even coming out of the rough. But that's actually it's going to be a difficult putt coming out of the shadows.
Yeah, that really is a tough putt. That's got a massive swing on it, very fast down the hill. I'm going to call a 3 putt from there.
Okay, I think I'm a drink down from yesterday. That was a super second of Anders Forsbrand into the 9th. That birdie at 7, followed it up with a par at 8.
Right behind the hole, pulling slightly down the hill, and be just setting this off down the left side and maybe staying inside the hole. Swung across the face there, and a chance escapes him. Not sure what he was doing there, but tying his shoelaces or something.
He knew it was a real chance, didn't he? Four off the pace. Now Roger Chapman after that rather indifferent chip at the par 5 16th. This is for birdie, but I'd be happy to get down in 2. His putter has been hot today.
Very tidy. You've got to be very, very disappointed with the chip shot, though. It was probably only 70 or 80 yards, and into the wind you can get plenty of spin on the ball. Really was a bit of a duffy one, but
on the side of the turn he had 6 birdies in 8 holes, and probably looked up and saw himself at the top of the leaderboard and immediately dropped a shot at 15, the par 3 hole.
Of course, a classical swinger of the club. Swings the club beautifully, and maybe this could be his week.
Well, he will take inspiration from the likes, I suppose, of Carl Mason, had to wait so long, and not only did it once, did it twice last year.
Certainly long overdue.
A view down from the top of the course, looking down across the links holes, the 3 in a row. There's Michael Campbell's ball at the back of the 7th. TV cable should be able to move that.
Of course, he's allowed to move it. He just has to mark the ball first and just be careful that the ball doesn't move out of position.
course, this is not helping Campbell. He had a lengthy delay when he got a ruling back at the 6th hole. He managed to get a drop in the end, even though he dropped a shot. But now this is slowing up, and they're quite a way behind the match in front.
Very simple, just put the tee peg behind. Now the ball has actually moved, so he now has to replace that.
You have to be so careful, especially with television on your every move as well.
He's doing absolutely the right thing there.
Jesper Parnevik calling across to take a look at Michael Campbell's ball. Jesper Parnevik, it's a seesaw tussle between Parnevik and Campbell. At the moment, Parnevik on top by 1. And Campbell in a share of 2nd place with Roger Chapman, who's storming to perhaps the lowest round of the week. Just 2 holes to go for Chapman. Robert Allenby, Ian Woosnam, Barry Lane still very much involved in this, the 3rd round of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters from Barsebäck. This is the 12th hole, par 5. Joining me in commentary, Mark Rowe.
Well, playing wind off the right today and playing as long as it's played all week. You're driving in somewhere about here on the top of the hump, and then you really have to snap hook your 2nd shot round this big tree on the left to try and get into the green. It's a very, very severe dogleg. It is reachable, and as I say, with the wind off the right today, if you can get it turning over, you can actually get it onto the green. A lot of players, if they can't reach, lay up into the elbow there, leaving themselves maybe a 60 or 70 yard pitch. But it is reachable, and it is definitely a birdie chance.
Birdies there for Roger Chapman, for Michael Johnson, and Paul Way already. Conor Montgomery's 2nd shot.
Not really sure what Monty can do with this. He cannot hit a draw to save his life. Although that's probably his best effort. He's tried to go over the trees. A big high fade. It's quite a magnificent golf shot. That is absolutely outstanding. He's picked the driver up off the fairway over the top of the trees and pitched it on the green.
He's going to have a putt then to get into 2nd place. This is the leader. Swinging away. You called this as a potential 3-putt, and that's a pretty good effort actually.
Wonderful putt. It really was. It was about 60 feet and downhill with a break of some 5 feet or so. So that was very, very tidy indeed.
Campbell looking to save his par. He needs this one. Remember, he was at the back of the green in 2, and he's coming off 2 bogeys in a row.
This is a big putt. Coming off a couple of bogeys, you need to start to make these to settle yourself down. Doesn't look that long, but it's a tricky one. Very, very well held indeed.
A very confident putter.
Very calm, Very cool customer, and as you could see, even he blew a little bit of air out there. Just a bit of relief at stopping the rot, so to speak.
Roger Chapman made his par at 16. He's still joint second with Campbell, one behind this man, Parnevik. Parnevik 9 under. The situation at the top, and Robert Allaby into contention, and Ian Woosnam if he can get the putter going. Well, who knows? There he is at 11.
Well, we've just seen him hold a couple of putts this sort of distance. And this one downhill and off the left, a little bit trickier than the last one, but all depends how the ball goes through the fringe. You can see he's got about 3 feet of fringe. You can see it bobbling to go through nicely, but fortunately for Woozy, he misread the break once it got to the green.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad effort, was it? And that was to move right up into a share of second place. He's going to get his birdie. What a blow that would have been.
An excellent 4 though. As I say, this hole doesn't really suit Monty's shape, and that was a marvellous shot to get it over the trees and onto the green, and I think he's a great danger now to those chaps at the top of the leaderboard.
So there he is, 2 shots off the pace, and he certainly can't rule Montgomery out. Now Barry Lane at the 9th.
Now start to come from the right, a little bit too firm. Read it perfectly, it actually comes just from the right edge, and too much pace.
Roger Chapman shortly to be the leader in the clubhouse.
Lovely looking swing again. Right side of the green, long putt. No real hardship there.
And the view from behind the 8th tee.
Flag set in the back left corner today, just over the top of the tier. Probably the trickiest flag of the week. Wind is more into and off the left.
Push that, but not much.
Safety on top. I guess is the important thing. Sensible play from Parnevik. Obviously with the flag where it is, anything missing left and long leaves a very tricky chip shot indeed, so most of the players aiming just right of the flag and hoping just to hold it there.
A couple of pars so far for Campbell at this hole.
Leaning as if it's gone right again.
So down they walk towards the beach, and 4,000 or 5,000 with them. Well, there's the Volvo Order of Merit at the moment. Sam Torrance on his travels around the world. He went top with his share of second place in Hilversum above Bernhard Langer. Constantina Rocket and Langer, they also take the week off. Colin Montgomery, if he wins, and he wouldn't bet against it, could go back on top, and Michael Campbell wouldn't be so far away. Great season for the young New Zealander. Mark James missed the cut by 1 on his way home. And has forced Friend deep trouble. This is his 3rd shot.
Now this really does look horrible. You can see the grass is almost waist high, struggling even to get the club away. This could go anywhere. The problem is you get the... big tall grass there wraps around the club head, and it makes it almost impossible to get the club back to the ball.
So Forsbrand at 10, having already played 3.
Very, very strong and powerful man, and if he could only move it that far, I think most players might have been struggling to get it out at all.
Well, there's the card so far. Not the best start. The first hole is fairly comfortable par 4. A lot of players looking to birdie it, to start with a birdie, but it was a bogey for Anders, and just the one birdie so far. That came at the 7th hole, so he's in danger of dropping his 3rd shot to par of the day. Looking down south, just across the horizon, is the city of Malmo, and they're running a free bus service up from the city to the golf course.
Lovely blend, the golf course, between Parkland and Links. Get out into the 12th and the 13th and the 14th holes and you could be at Woburn. Step onto the 8th and the 9th and you could be at Turnberry. Very, very pretty spot indeed.
And the crowd's all desperately hoping for a Swedish winner. Never had one in Sweden. Been starting winning fairly regularly in other parts of the world. That puts extra pressure on Jesper.
Yeah, he's a good front runner though. He's proved that in the past. He gets his nose in front and he's good when he's there.
This to tie the lead though for Roger Chapman.
Off the right, I can tell you that because I 3-putted this one myself from the same spot. And he's misread it as well as I did. Not a bad pace. Those become tricky. They're the nasty length when you're right up there.
That's at 8 foot for Parnevik across the green. It looks quite a pacey one.
Yeah, it's quite fast and it's a big swing from the right hand side, from his right hand side. Got to set this off at least a couple of feet right. Very deceptive putt that. You stand there and it doesn't look that fast, and as you can see, obviously the fact that he hit it too firm and too much pace on the ball took the break out of it, and it went virtually straight past the hole. Had he hit it a little bit softer, it would have taken the break.
I saw the flags at the back of the green fluttering away. No doubt the wind is a little bit fresher than it's been, of course, from a different direction. So if it gets up any more, Chapman could post a very good score indeed, and a target for those who follow. He's got one hole to play. That will be a birdie chance, although his second shot at 18 will be in to win today. Is it Eamon Darcy? So get on with it. He'd be a very popular winner if he were to do it, Roger Chapman.
I think a lot of people think that Roger deserves the tournament win, and I think he's got a quality golf game, and it would be nice to see. It's always nice to see first-time winners.
Well, Michael Campbell would be a first-time winner as well, although just a question of time for Campbell. He's such a good player.
It seems astonishing to think how little time he's actually been on the tour. It seems that he's in contention every week, and he seems to be already one of the very finest players.
Have you played around with him at all in a tournament?
I beg your pardon. I've watched him play, and I'm a great fan of his. I like the way he plays golf. I like his attitude to the game. I haven't had the pleasure of playing with him yet, but I'm sure it's going to come in the future.
Good.
Hopefully head-to-head to win a tournament, and
even better.
Be lovely.
So this is, again, it's a tricky one for Jesper Parnevik.
Yeah, settled himself down with the birdie at the 6th. A wonderful 2-putt at the 7th from the back of the green now. Can he keep his nose in front? Lovely stroke. Very confident young man.
Forsbrand 10th. This is for bogey. Oh, in the end, that was a good save. Jesper Parnevik still leads by 1, coming to the halfway stage of his 3rd round of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters. Roger Chapman, coming to the last hole of his round, shares 2nd place with Michael Campbell. A lovely summer's Saturday afternoon, just right for messing about in boats. The view from Barsebäck across to Copenhagen, and we're well into the 3rd round of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters. Jesper Parnevik leading by 1 from Roger Chapman and Michael Campbell, and then Barry Lane, one of 5 players, 7 under. He's still looking for his first birdie of the day, but he's knocking it close enough. He's playing with Jamie Spence, and Jamie Spence 6 under, 1 over for the day. Started well with a birdie at the first. Just that 1 win, the Canon European Masters, Cron-sur-Sierre, a spectacular last round. And of course in '92 captained the winning English trio in the Alfred Dunhill Cup at St Andrews. And since then, hasn't really done a lot until he had that 2nd place to Bernhard Langer in Germany earlier this year.
Definitely back on his game. Definitely looking a more confident player over the last few weeks. It's amazing. The 2nd place at the Deutsche Bank Open there, giving him that renewed interest in the game and the renewed confidence. Another good finish here possible. And get his head down, knuckle down on the back 9 there and make a few birdies. A proven winner.
Good news for Swedish fans is that Michael Jonsson, leader in the clubhouse at 6 under, may not be there for long. Here's David Carter, winner of the tour qualifying score, his 3rd shot to the 12th. Came in fairly late last night when most people had gone home to get out of the rain. Came in with a round of 68 to start the day at 6 under. And his reward around with Ian Woosnam, which is, I should think, still quite a thrill for a young player in his first year on tour.
Yeah, it'll be a great experience for him, and he'll be learning an awful lot today from Little Welsh Wizard. I don't think he's happy with that one, but a little bit heavy.
There's Colin Montgomery's 2nd shot to 13. Hard bounce.
And that really isn't the spot to miss it. You can see there it's all downhill from that bunker, and that's a very, very tricky bunker shot indeed. They've been aiming just inside the trap and hoping for his usual little bit of fade. Probably hit it dead straight.
He's at the second on the 11th of Mike McLean. Slipped right off the leaderboard. 11th hole, 410 yards. And he's
pulled that away to the left and slightly long. Very, very difficult when you haven't been in contention for a while.
It's at Barry Lane for birdie. Well, he's still, the line was right, but the pace was just a little bit firm.
Solid pars for Barry at the moment. Nothing happening. Gets a little bit frustrating sometimes when you're trying too hard to make birdies to catch the leaders, but very, very experienced player, and got the par 5 coming up, which he can reach with his shape.
Two off the pace then, and the pace still being set by Jesper Parnevik. And close up of the trousers, that perhaps could do with the press.
Interesting view of Jesper.
If we stay on this shot, you'll get an idea of the elevation that he's coming in at. It's just a short club by the look of it.
Looks like a 9-iron. Down the wind, as we said yesterday, generates a tremendous amount of spin with his action. After that ball actually spun back down the wind, greens are reasonably firm, so that really was a beautiful shot.
Conor Montgomery with a very testing bunker shot at 13.
He does have a beautiful touch normally. You can see how delicately he's played that.
Oh, look at this. That's a great shot.
Fabulous shot.
Almost a full swing, but he hit it so softly.
Yes, beautifully played. Took plenty of sand, just popped it out and let the slope do the work.
Hole behind Ian Woosnam for a birdie. Oh, he's getting the lines, but Roger Chapman in joint second place, his second shot to the final hole. Needs a birdie to equal the course record set in '92 by Tony Johnston.
Well, again, he looked to hit that just a little bit heavy, but it's a good shot, centre of the green, and gives himself a chance of posting 9 under, which is going to be a good total in the clubhouse.
Yeah, may take some catching. David Carter slipped back, he's 4 over for the day. But all good experience this in front of these crowds at the top end of a tournament. You've got to be there a few times and not push forward to eventually take advantage.
Yeah, very daunting when you're playing with the likes of Woosnam or Seve or Faldo or Langer for the first time, and this is just great experience. This is the one thing that I've dreamt of all his life, is coming out and playing with the best players in the world, and he's deserved that opportunity the way he's played the first 2 days. Whatever he shoots tonight, it will be a really good day's experience for him.
Spence for a 3 at 10.
Swing off the left-hand side.
Got it.
Splendid stroke. Pretty much as he's been doing all week. He's very confident on the greens, and don't count Jamie Spence out.
And Michael Campbell just a little bit closer than the Jesper Parnevik. Same sort of line, same sort of shot. Can he get inside him after the second shot? That's when it counts. Not quite, but still pretty good.
They're not backing off at all, going straight at the flag.
This 9th hole is a par 5 for the members. They've moved the tee forward. They've made it into a par 4. It's a green that's designed to take a par 5 approach, a short third shot. So win behind helps though, and all things considered, those are two pretty good efforts from the final pairing.
You see the scoring average for the whole 4.2 for the week. That's because it played into the wind the first 2 days. Obviously, if it had played downwind, it's very much shorter.
Keeps giving them a chance, and Jesper, though not standing behind Michael Campbell, wasn't too far away, a similar line, and that may help his putt, having seen what happened to Campbell's.
Yeah, he'll have got a really good read off that putt. Now he knows it's down the left side. He's seen we saw Forsbrand earlier miss the putt on the same side, and now we've seen Campbell miss it. Jesper should have a really good clue where to aim this one, and big advantage actually.
And he has no problem getting the ball up to the hole, so I would say he's every chance of making this. Everything in his favour. And he's back to level par for the day. He's repaired the damage of that double bogey at the third with his third birdie. And second birdie, beg your pardon, but he's leader by 2 now. And this Forsbrand at 11. An up and down round for Anders.
Of course, capable of great bursts of scoring when he gets going, and he's got the par 5 to come now, so repairing some of the damage. And you know, who's to say he couldn't make 2 or 3 birdies on the back 9 and be right in there for tomorrow as well.
Well, here's 18. It's into win today. How much difference will that make?
Makes a difference. I hit driver off the tee today, and I was just past the trees on the corner there. They're 245 to pass the trees on the corner to the elbow there, 265 to run out of the fairway. So it's a driver, 3 wood maybe for some of the longer boys to that point there. Into the wind, the second shot slightly off the right, so you're looking at maybe a 6 iron today, and the flag is cut tight to the right hand trap, so the danger is if you're going to be brave, you could catch that trap.
Well, so far this week, 49 birdies, and it's playing surprisingly, because it's not that long a hole, just over the average par, 4.01. So Roger Chapman with a putt to equal the course record.
Been playing very well over the last few weeks, Roger, and a few of the tour pros gathered for a pro-am on Monday at Henley-on-Thames, the Goldsmiths Day. Barry Lane's sponsor there having a day, and 12 of us played, and he came out tops on that day, so won himself something nice to give his wife.
And off to Didsbury on Monday for Andrew Murray's pro-am. That's always a popular event up there on Manchester for charity, raises a lot of money, free to get in, but you will be encouraged to make a donation. But come on, come on! Just at the end.
Yep. It was a great effort, and he's going to be absolutely delighted with that effort. That's a great round today.
66. Just the one bogey at the 15th. 31 to the turn. 35 back. Roger Chapman, you can see right out of the pack and right into the thick at the top of the tournament. He's leader in the clubhouse, but he's 2 behind Jesper Parnevik. Parnevik with a birdie at 9. 10 under, leading by 2 from Roger Chapman. And Paul Way. Paul Way's exemption runs out this year. He's got to get going. Could be his week.
Well, they say when the going gets tough, the tough get going, and he's very, very tough indeed.
Eamon Darcy dragged along in a way by Roger Chapman's good round, and he's at 6 under. Miguel Jimenez and Robert Allenby slipping back. Good round from Emmanuel Canonica. Jesper Parnevik through the turn at level par for the day, and leader of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters by 2 from Roger Chapman, Michael Campbell and Paul Way, who's charging his way off the leaderboard, and he's been off the leaderboards for far too long. Beautiful day here at Barsebäck, sun beating down, pleasant breeze. This is Jamie Spence at the 11th, the last of the 3 links holes.
Another long birdie putt, but he has been getting very close with these. No, that's not his best effort. That's going to disappoint him greatly.
That's almost the worst one he's hit today.
I would say probably the worst one he's hit most of the week.
And there is Paul Way, winner of the PGA Championship back in 1985. That gives him a 10-year exemption, which runs out, and he's needed that exemption once or twice to keep his card. Great to see he is having such a good round. We'll be back to see his second shot to 18, but for the meantime, let's go down to the 10th and the second shot of the tournament leader, Jesper Parnevik.
In the fairway, he's given it a healthy smack. He's past the trap on the left-hand side, which is 250 to carry. Not a long shot from here, maybe a 9-iron, I would say. You see the wind blowing the flag there, helping and off the left. Tucked in a little bit behind the trap there on the right-hand side, but no great difficulty from this distance. 145 yards. Cutting that one in on the breeze.
I would have heard that roar back in Malmo.
Does not back off, Jesper Parnevik. To his eternal credit, he will keep firing at the flags the whole day.
From the left-hand side, Michael Campbell. Got to be careful he doesn't get a flyer with this one.
Not quite so easy. As Steve says, danger of getting club face between the club head and the ball. Much harder to control it and get the backspin required. He was actually very fortunate there indeed. He pitched in the semi-rough just over the trap on the right there, and that took all the sting out of it. And left himself with a nice birdie putt now.
Which he will obviously want to hold, will possibly need to hold, because Jesper Parnevik is very close. Forward to 11, and Barry Lane to save his par. Nicely done. He's been with that ladies putter, cut down ladies putter, quite a while now.
Yes, it's been very good to him. It's improved his putting no end.
You hear the reception for the tournament leader, Jesper Parnevik, 10 under at the moment, a real chance to go to 11.
I actually think there's a danger of Parnevik getting a few too many shots ahead if he keeps playing as well as he's swinging now.
Just the one tour win, that was the Bell Scottish Open at Glen Eagles before he went across to try his luck in America. He's been pretty successful over there, ranked 61st in the world. Interested to say, I mean, can you be too far ahead in a tournament?
I like the way he plays. I like his approach to the game, and as I said, he's a great front runner when he gets his nose in front.
Well, here's Paul Way. A few problems for Wei Wei on the 18th. This is third shot.
Looks like he's chipping up the length of the green. He has a little bit more than the chip shot. Looked like almost a full sandwich.
Well, he hasn't made a bogey all day long. Let's hope he's not going to finish with one. Great to see him on a leaderboard. It suffered the sad loss of his father during the week of the Jersey Open, and we hope the family well. Condolences there. And good to see Paul Way back in contention. He's been out of the picture for far too long. But Conor Montgomery. There's a long way to go in this golf tournament. It really is shaping up as a cracker. So who's next to pick up a shot or two? Michael Campbell's first to try.
Quite a fast putt, this one. Coming slightly left to right. As I said yesterday, just watch how still his head stays during the stroke. I really do rate this putting action as one of the very, very best. Slight misread, I think just set it out too far on the left. Thought it would break more than that. Without doubt the hottest property in world golf at the moment, Michael Campbell.
And all the agencies, I think, chasing after his service. I'm not sure that he's signed up with anybody just yet. Parnevik leader by 2 from 3 players, and shortly to be 4, because we can give Colin Montgomery his putt.
Very brave man, Steve. Giving Monty a 6.5 footer downhill left to right.
Just 6.5.
I think I'm going to have a game of golf with you shortly, Steve.
Yeah, you can give me those. We'll have a look later. 6.5. But I fancy Jesper Parnevik to make this one again.
Yes, I think that's a good call. I think he's becoming almost addicted to the roars of the crowd now, and it's a tremendous boost for him as well, playing in front of his home crowd.
I heard that one in Gothenburg.
Little punch of the air there, which shows he's really getting excited himself now, and as I said, now the leader by 3.
Well, and he'd had this experience before, of course, in Drottningholm last year when he was well up there for the whole week and finished with a tied 3rd place. So, yeah, he's probably learning to cope with it, and he's a strong leader.
And of course had a 3-shot lead at the British Open a couple of years ago with just 2 holes to play.
Doubly important that Campbell makes this one now.
Well holed. Most of the players at this stage in the tournament at the top of the leaderboard have obviously been holing out well during the week and are very much on their games.
So they now come closer to home. One more links hole to go, the 11th. Downwind today. Now here's that one I conceded to Colin Montgomery, rightly.
Take my hat off to you, Steve. You're a very brave man there. Wow. But if you were ever going to give anybody a 6-footer, I think it would be Monty.
Well, there he is, 8 under now, and he's 3 under for the day, and that's more like the form that he's been searching for. He seems to have been a bit frustrated recently by his inability to actually take advantage of winning situations.
Yes, he's a winner through and through, and he knows this week that by winning he can take over the top of the Order of Merit, and I think that's something he really prizes more than anything. And you know, he would love nothing more than to win a 3rd Order of Merit on the trot, and I think that's going to be his motivation to chase Parnevik all the way.
And his 4th round. Coming off a birdie at 11 and just leaving that one short. Poor way for a round of 66.
Always been a lovely putter, Paul. Not quite reading that one correctly, but it's been a great day. It's a 67, and really is lovely to see him at the top of the leaderboard again and in contention. And as you said, Steve, it's been just too long for Paul, and he needs to start playing well now.
And 67, the perfect way to spend a Saturday afternoon, and also 67 for playing partner Ross McFarlane. There they are, 7 under with Woosnam, Spence and Lane. But it's Jesper Parnevik with 10 holes played, 8 to go, who leads the Volvo Scandinavian Masters by 3 from Chapman, Montgomery and Campbell. Jesper Parnevik leads by 3 from Chapman, Montgomery and Campbell, and Barry Lane just 1 shot further behind, one of 4 players on 7 under. Ross McFarlane, poor way in the clubhouse.
He's trying to snap hook that round the corner with a 1 iron.
Oh, he's got it chased now. Come on, keep going.
That's a wonderful shot, and that was 2 very, very long hits indeed. I had 262 yards to the front edge from my tee shot and had to hit a very solid 3-wood to get to about where Barry is. So that's 2 very fine hits. As we look at the hole, drive coming up onto the top of the mound, approaching now, leaving, as I say, 240, 250 yards in from there. I mean, if you can and you're long enough to get over the mound, it greatly shortens the hole. But right here at the elbow of the dogleg, it goes sharply left towards the green, and the green tucked away in the left-hand corner. Really does require a big snap hook for your second shot to get anywhere near. If you don't fancy that, if you're good enough and like Monty, you can hit it over the top of the trees and cut it in, but then you'd have to be a very brave man. Good par 5, but lots of birdies here.
Back to 11 though, Jesper Parnevik, the leader by 3, coming off 2 birdies in a row, in fact 3 birdies in 5 holes, so after a rather shaky start, it really is looking very strong.
Beautiful tee shot, absolutely split the fairway. Now you can only have maybe a pitching wedge from here. He's going to be firing this right at it.
Bit unlucky. If he'd been a bit shorter, would have spun back more. The apron took a little bit of the spin off the ball.
I think what happened, sometimes the wind gets on top of the ball. If you get a gust just as you hit it, sometimes gets on top and knocks it down a bit. And there's no reason to be disappointed with that. It was a lovely shot right at the flag, but with what looked like a sand wedge second shot. That really was a massive tee shot, and very similar. If anything, Parnevik has the easier putt coming down the hill, a little bit left to right, but much straighter.
Now, Jamie Spence, not one of the longer hitters on the Volvo Tour by any means, and the 12th was always really out of range for Jamie, but he's in pretty good shape for his third.
As with a lot of players who you think are not particularly long, I mean, he's still, you know, a good striker of the ball, but because he's maybe not so long, he pitches the ball beautifully. Really is a strength of his. This distance is a tremendous strength. Lovely rhythm, beautiful rhythm. Wow, just not hitting that hard enough, and that really, by his standards, a very disappointing effort. As you can see from his reaction, he's giving 50 balls, and I think that's about the worst he'd do out of 50.
Used to have an interest in a racehorse with Roger Chapman. Have they still got the racehorse?
It was called Pepper the Pin. I'm not sure what happened to it. I think maybe we had it one evening for dinner, but I think maybe it should be Jesper Parnevik that owns a horse called Pepper the Pin.
It certainly is, yeah. There's Barry Lane, beautifully shaped, one iron, chasing on almost onto the green. Now he has to cash in, he's got to get down in two from here.
Pitching it over the mound in front of the green and then letting it run up. A little bit short, nicely played. Sensible play. I mean, obviously he wants to leave it short of the hole, leaving himself the easiest putt.
Eamon Darcy, in fact, bogeyed at 18, sadly, and 5 under though. Good position for the veteran Irishman. Now at 14, Colin Montgomery. Not an easy one. This is not made any easier by having to come through the shadows of the tree. I won't give him this one.
Oh, you never can tell. Certainly is a magician with the putter when he gets going. Always very, very difficult putting from bright sunlight into some areas where the hole is shaded by the trees. As you can see, very hard to see the line.
Looks like he's going to putt out. Very close behind Parnevik, and I should think Monty's target will be to get as close as he can, and maybe if he can get playing with Jesper in the final match tomorrow, that would be the first target perhaps.
As I say, off the left hand side, quite a bit of break on this actually, quite fast.
He's got it. Oh, I thought he got that.
The Swedish goalkeeper there just popping up and nudging that one out. It looked awfully good.
It might have been the Scottish goalkeeper.
Oh, an interesting point there, looking at the shape of that hole. I actually called the officials out and had the 16th hole reshaped. I think by this stage in the day they're starting to sort of collapse in at the edges, and they're definitely not the right shape and sometimes not the right size. And who's to say that that sort of came off very quickly off the left edge?
Did, yeah, and it did look a little bit depressed, didn't it, the left edge of the hole. So only a par for Parnevik, but he still leads by 3. Now here's Ian Woosnam with his second to 14. So a birdie at the 10th, and 3 pars since then. Oh, it's another. I can give him that one, Connor. Sure.
Considerably, you gave Monty one twice that length,
Yeah,
Steve, so I think you can give Wuzzy that one.
Beautiful shot from Ian Woosnam. Now, Barry Lane could do with a birdie. He hasn't had one yet. Long time coming, but Barry Lane goes into a jam for second place. Now 4 players at 8 under, 3 behind Jesper Parnevik. First birdie of the day for Barry Lane.
Michael Campbell for birdie. Now this one even more across the slope than Jesper Parnevik's putt was. And not quite enough pace. Got the line perfectly okay. Just didn't quite hit it.
Up the hill now to the 12th tee. Jesper Parnevik with a par at 11 still leads the 3rd round of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters. The lead is 3 from Roger Chapman, Colin Montgomery and Barry Lane. Michael Campbell hanging in there as well. Good rounds today from Ross McFarlane and Paul Way. Just looking at the second page of the leaderboard, Michael Jonsson leading Swede in the Clubhouse. Robert Allenby needs to get cracking. John Daly at 67, just to treat the early arrivers. Jesper Parnevik leads the Volvo Scandinavian Masters by 3 shots. He's on his way up the hill from the 11th, having made 3 birdies in the last 6 holes. Only a par 11, but a real birdie chance to come at the 12th. Could be reachable in 2. Needs 2 of your finest though. Doglegs sharply to the left. Earlier in the day, the second shot of Colin Montgomery set up an eagle chance, which he only just missed. And Barry Lane's just walked off the green with his first birdie of the day. And 5 players now tied behind Parnevik for second. Chapman, Montgomery, Woosnam, Lane and Campbell.
Seems to like that one. Keeping his rhythm beautifully. Absolutely dead centre, and he can reach from there. Nice thing about Jesper is he can move the ball both ways, left to right or right to left, so he can turn that one over and chase it onto the green.
Superb second to 14 from Ian Woosnam. And now we have 6 players in second place, 3 behind Parnevik. Ian Woosnam goes to 8 under. That will please the members of Simon's Golf Club over in Denmark. Spent a very pleasant evening with them over in Copenhagen last night.
Now that might be going left, and a long way left.
Ooh.
And that really is, that's 40 yards left of where he would have wanted it, and he's in the cabbage.
We're at 16 and the second shot at Colin Montgomery, the driver off the fairway again.
He hits that driver, that Callaway driver, off the fairway so beautifully.
Sat down very quickly though, didn't they?
Not in reach today, but the wind's turned into it's two drivers to that point there, just over the ridge that you can see, and he's left himself 60 yards to the flag.
Of course, one man who could reach this hole is the wild thing, Big John Daly, who battled very hard to make the cut. He was a time when perhaps he would have turned it in and gone home a couple of days early, but he got in at +1 and really treating the crowd this morning with that round of 67. And he got his birdie at 16, no problem at all. So he's got a bit of a lie-in on the Sunday, and nice to follow Daly for a few holes and then come back and see the leaders. There's Frank Novelo. Not such a good day at the moment for New Zealand. That will help.
Nicely hole, he's been in contention an awful lot of weeks recently, and won the BMW International Open, but just having one poor round over the last few weeks, which is letting him down.
Yeah, he shared the lead with Sam Torrance going into the final round of the Heineken Dutch Open, and started spraying his irons. New clubs at the moment with new shafts, and maybe still a bit of work to do to get totally comfortable with them. And this fourth round at 14 again. Tree line both sides. One place you don't want to go is away to the right.
Setting it off down the left-hand side with his usual big fade. Perfect position. And long as well.
And the problem might be on the green. There's just a little gap coming through from 15 and 16, and it could be wind affected, and you won't feel it from down on the fairway so much. Now, what would Jesper Parnevik be trying to do here? I know probably trying to put it on the green. What sort of shot has he got to hit?
He's probably got about 230, 240 yards to the front edge. Would be nice if he could get the ball turning over and chasing. He's going to go with the 3 wood here. My thought, well, he's looking up over the top of the trees now. That's a very brave shot. It's hard to pick a 3 wood up so steeply and get it over the top of the trees. I would have thought the best shot would be to aim just right at the big tree on the left hand side there, straight into the middle of that cumulus cloud, and then hit it with a big snap hook. That way you get the ball running and chasing. Be interesting to see his choice of shot here.
There's so many youngsters coming through from Sweden. I played this course about a month ago, and you can hardly get on either course of so many youngsters all playing well, all being organised, and they've got a junior village of their own here. And I know that you were stopped out of the course to say, are you going to be on TV again tonight? And if so, you can say hello to Carl Magnus and Christian, who are 2 of the juniors here at Barsebäck. So consider it done.
We'll say hello to them and wish them luck with their golfing futures. Hopefully they weren't watching me today 3-putting my way around the course. Hopefully they're out watching Jesper Parnevik producing some brilliant golf, which he is doing. Here we go. This is going right and hooking. And maybe not hooking enough, looking at that swing. Well, there you go. I called it slightly wrong, but short and right of the green, but still a very, very fine shot.
He would, 9 times out of 10, he would be reckoning to get down in 2 from that.
Yeah, it gives himself a great chance of his birdie. It's an amazing hole. You think you've hooked it plenty, and then you get up there and you've still missed the green on the right.
Well, a repair job, the order of the day for Michael Campbell.
It's not so easy for Campbell to get this back out and into play. He's got trees in front of him. He's got to knock it out right of the trees. Oh, he's been very lucky there. There was no way he intended to go through those trees, and has actually got the blade turned over in the thick grass and been very fortunate, gone straight through the middle of them. Lucky boy.
We Woosnam, the par 3, 191 yard, 15th.
Flag right at the back of the green today, playing as much as a 4-iron into the breeze.
That's another fabulous shot from the little Welsh wizard. Now, the big Scot.
Don't be surprised to see this one close from Monty, using his lobber, one of his favourite clubs. So he played that beautifully. He didn't play it in with spin, he just took the spin off it, pitched it on the front edge and let the green gather the ball to the hole.
And on tape, this is the putt for birdie. And this is to go second on his own.
Right edge.
No.
He did exactly the same from the very same spot. Fooling Monty as well as me. It's a tricky little putt that. Don't see the slope.
And it's still a traffic jam behind Parnevik, and needed to make that because Parnevik looks odds on to pick up yet another shot at 12. Anders Forsbrand with his second shot into 14.
Lovely long tee shot. Looks like an 8-iron for Forsbrand, and we've seen Monty and Woozy hit it close here. Can he follow them? Turn it over a little bit left. Disappointing from that distance for him. And also now has the difficulty of putting through the shadow of that big fir tree.
Well, Michael Campbell a little bit lucky with his second at the 12th, but excuse the pun, but not out of the woods yet on this hole.
He's now blocked out by the bushes that you can see there on the right hand side of the picture. Well, depending on how close he is to the trees, he might be able to get the ball up and over with a sand wedge. Looks like it's possible for him to do that. Certainly can't take the ground route and go underneath, it's too thick and dense. So I'm afraid he's got to take the ball by the horns and open the blade of the sand wedge up and commit, which is exactly what he's going to do.
Can't see the pin. What sort of lines he got? He's got to pick a spot, I suppose, on the tree. And
yeah, he's actually got to be left of the thicker bushes in front of him, and maybe just inside the line of the tall fir tree. And this is a very, very dangerous shot. Now you can see from the length of the swing and the way he's opening the blade up that he really has to pick this up very, very steeply indeed. Of course, the danger if he clips anything and drops down into those bushes, we're now looking at a 6 or a 7. No, he doesn't look to have hit anything. Well, I think he's
just the odd Swede.
He's picked the wrong line there by the looks of it.
And may have got lucky, so many watchers, spectators around the green. Just have to wait and see where that is. In Woosnam.
Just outside the right for Woozy. Now can he get this one to the hole?
No, not again.
You see his frustration there, and I think he's really struggling to get the putter head accelerating to the hole, and
he said, good job I went for it. Still 3 off the pace if he was putting the last 2 days as well as he was playing through the green. He'd be up there with Parnevik if not in front. Here's Barry Lane at 13. It's going to come from the left.
Big swing from the left and uphill. Doesn't look to have hit it. It's more than hit it. Getting a lovely roll on the ball with that latest putter that he's using. Fooled me. Very steady day's golf. Just 1 bogey and 1 birdie so far. Level par for the day. being very patient, which is always the sign of a very experienced player.
And Gary, the caddy, back on the bag after spending a worrying day, thinking he was perhaps going to get the sack because he slept in, and the Turnberry George came out of the burger bar and carried the bag. Said the person most upset was his wife Audrey, that had her hands full keeping everybody supplied with bacon patties and burgers, and Gary was a worried young man, but they've made up.
Yeah, I think Gary does a good job for Barry. They're very compatible on the course. They've been together a long time and shared a lot of success. I don't think Barry's wanting a change, but Gary keeps lying in like he did, then there might be a change of jockey, so to speak.
It may be a verbal warning. Oh, no. And he's waited so long for a birdie, and as soon as he gets one, he gives the shot back at the next hole.
So disappointing, and you could see there gritting his teeth, very angry with himself.
Sure, he feels that his game's in pretty good order and he's got a chance this week, and so is this man, Montgomery, missing out on a birdie at 16, but even so, 3 under for the day, just that one bogey at the 7th. And Jamie Spence at 13 from the bunker, same shot as Colin Montgomery had a while ago. Same result.
Yeah, there are no flies on Jamie when it comes to bunker shots, and showing a shot equal to that we saw from Monty.
Well, this is where Michael Campbell's ball eventually finished. A blind third shot, and he's been in trouble all the way down this hole.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. I think he plummeted into the spectators left of the green there, and that perhaps stopped it being much worse than it was, and after all the shenanigans that have gone on, he still has a putt for par.
Yes, but Parnevik though has a chip for eagle and a reasonable expectation of making at least birdie. Interesting, he threw that one in quite high.
Yeah, there's a hump in front of the green here, which affects your chip shots in, and a couple of days the flag's been behind it, but today it's a good way further back, so he was just actually elevating that ball over the hump and letting it run to the hole.
And as Forsbrand back on 14, par putt, so he's was a little bit left with his second, and he's raced it past.
He's putting downhill, and again, as I said, through the shadows. Very, very difficult when you get shadows on the green to judge the pace of the putt. And that, I would say, the reason for him hitting it a little bit too far. And this is a tricky one too, because this looks straight and actually breaks left to right.
Good save in the end. Campbell then to save his par at 12. Well, in the end it's a 6, and I guess the only consolation, it could have been worse.
I think fair to say, the way he played the hole, he deserves 6, and he'll know that. He'll be cross with himself, but I guess you just accept your punishment when you play a hole like that.
17 then. Mixed fortunes for Colin Montgomery on this hole, a birdie and a bogey so far.
Wind slightly off the left. Monty, as always, aiming down the left and cutting the ball back into position A.
This to lead by 4.
A similar putt to the one Barry Lane had. We saw it break just a little bit from his right.
But after a shaky start, he really is playing very confidently. That's his 3rd birdie since the turn. Jesper Parnevik goes to 12 under par, 2 under for the day, and he leads 3rd round of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters by 4 shots. There's never been a Swedish winner in Sweden. Could it be Parnevik's week? He leads by 4 from Chapman, Montgomery and Ian Woosnam. There are some players who, when they hit the top of a tournament, look up and start to worry. Not so Jesper Parnevik. He's going from strength to strength. 3 birdies in the last 4 holes. He's on his way to 13. And he's 4 shots ahead in the 3rd round of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters. 3 players chasing him on 8 under. One of them is Colin Montgomery, who's hit a perfect tee shot here at 17. Ideally placed for a 2nd shot in.
Flag today at 17, tucked behind that bunker that you saw on the left-hand side of the green. Not such an easy position. He's going to have to flirt with the bunker if he's to get this close to the flag, and believe me, that's the only thing he's thinking about.
Just walking away, the wind that he's not quite sure about.
Yeah, the wind's into and off the left, and obviously when you've got tall trees it can very often swirl around in there. I'm going to chat with Alistair, his caddy, and giving him the confirmation he needs to say, yes, you've got the right club, commit to it, be positive. Now Monty needs to birdie the last 2 holes, otherwise Jesper is getting a long way ahead. Does he like the look of it?
Oh, he should. Oh, he should. And the shot of Adam Hunter nestling by the pin there as well, not a bad one. 2 Scots together.
You made the point, Steve, that a lot of players look up and get nervous when they see themselves on the leaderboard. The only thing Monty's seeing is Jesper 4 shots ahead and determined to just get a couple of shots back if he possibly can.
Here's Robert Allenby trying to say par at the last. And he makes it, and that's for a round of 70 for the Australian. And handily placed at 7 under. But I know you're not surprised that Jesper Parnevik's getting away. Let's see what the chasing pack can do at the moment. Ian Woosnam with his 2nd long iron into 16.
Well, I can't see how he can possibly reach with an iron. That must have been his 3rd shot. He obviously hit it in the trees and had to chop it out, and that was his 3rd. And a good one it was too.
Well, the breeze is definitely starting to get up. You think Jesper Parnevik, you did say earlier that he could get away and have a huge lead going into the final round. And that will be worrying Colin Montgomery. There we are, 7 tour wins, but still looking for that elusive 1st major. 4th in the current Volvo Order of Merit, which he's won for the last 2 years. Man at the peak of his powers, but still looking for the 1st win in 95.
£3.4 million in prize money.
I'm doing all the other figures, facts and figures. You've gone straight to the money. I guess end of the day.
3.4 million. I'm actually quite astonished at that.
So
3.4 million pounds. That's a lot of money, isn't it?
Not as much as Ian Woosnam's made, though. 28 wins. And when he gets hot, as he did, you probably remember the Dunhill British Masters when he had to play 2 rounds on the Sunday, and he came out of the pack and just played fabulous golf over 36 holes, and nobody could catch him.
28 wins, a measure of the quality of Ian Woosnam compared to the 7 of Monty, but obviously Monty's got an awful lot of years ahead of him in which to accumulate some majors as well, and believe me, he has to win majors.
You think he will?
Yes, he has to. For my mind, one of the most consistent players in the world.
Well, there's a situation he's tied 2nd on Roger Chapman, who's had the 66, and Ian Woosnam. As you say, Mark, he's got to make 1 birdie at least over the closing 2 holes, preferably 2.
Yeah, this is a big putt for him. And the other thing is, he wants to get in the clubhouse ahead of everybody else, so if he's going to be in the last group, and he can, if there is any psychological benefit, he wants to be playing with Parnevik on the last day in the final group.
No problem. No problem.
Beautiful putting stroke he has.
And in he goes, 2nd place on his own. 3 shots behind Jesper Parnevik.
Wonderfully focused, wonderfully determined young man.
Well, we're not too sure at 16. The caption says for birdie, but we think that was for par. Bringing confirmation of that in a moment, but first of all, Michael Campbell, second into 13.
He doesn't like that, you can see. Disappointed. Wouldn't have disappointed most human beings, but Michael obviously expected a great deal more. It's not a bad spot. He's putting up the hill, but you know, he too is feeling like now after the bogey he needs some birdies to get right back to the top of the leaderboard and try and chase Parnevik home.
Parnevik's got a pretty tough shot here. He's not the wrong. You don't want to be left of the fairway there.
No, he's in the semi. Always the danger of the fly, but actually he doesn't. He's going to have to aim this right of the flag, I think, and just settle for being right of the flag and under the hole, and he's blocked out by the trees on the left. Oh my goodness, didn't like that one. Looked like he caught a root or something underneath the ball. Long way from the hole, but nothing disastrous. I mean, if that's the worst you're going to do, then
At 16.
Or was he there distracted by somebody's second shot landing in the fairway, I think? Oh no.
Oh no, it's got the touch of the Mark James trouble with the marshals there. It's irritating. It also shows that, you know, that there's doubts always in the mind when he's got a putter in his hand, because normally you wouldn't worry too much, just knock it in, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think somebody just moved, just caught in his eye line a little bit, and always distracting. I'm not sure they should be stood there. I'm sure he's going to tell them.
Well, they say it's a par 5 and he remains at 8 under. That being the case, must have been a huge drive. We'll see. We've still got our doubts in the commentary box. Leaves it on the edge, and been a long hot afternoon. The maths a little bit wrong. Of course, Boozy was on in 3, he was putting for birdie, and that was a par for Ian Woolston.
And Barry there, having just made his first birdie, backs off with a couple of bogeys, and very disappointed too. Again there, perhaps the shadows fooling them a little bit on the reading of the line, and it's not normal that tour pros can be so far out with the reading of putts, so we'll blame the shadows.
As for Parnevik just creeping onto the 13th green, he's probably not going to be too aggressive on this one. You know, a par will do here.
Yeah, he's had a little bit of trouble off the tee. We saw Barry Lane 3-putt from a similar spot. It's a very tricky putt, and it's a big swing from the left. We saw him have a very tricky putt earlier on in the day on the 7th of a similar distance, which he coped with beautifully. It's a great feel for distance with his putter, and he's going to need it here. This is tricky.
They're disappointed, the smile says, I'll take that.
Yeah, it was an outstanding effort, and there's no player in the world wouldn't be pleased to see that one up by the hole side, and a great deal of excitement on its way up its line for the Swedish galleries, but it's a good fall. And looking very composed indeed.
a way, had that double bogey at a third, and maybe focused his mind, said, well, come on, we're going to pull myself together and get going, and that's exactly what he's done since. And the man closest to him is Colin Montgomery. Here's his tee shot at 18.
Perfect shape, left-hand side of the fairway, the flag cut today on the right-hand side. In the back corner, very tight to the right-hand trap.
Michael Campbell, similar sort of line to Jesper Parnevik.
Needs to start making a move. Needs something to happen to get his confidence back.
He's moving.
Like a rabbit down a drain. He's going very quickly, and he's happy to see that one in, because believe me, that would have been at least a couple of feet past and maybe more.
And he's into third place now. Back at 8 under, sharing third place with Ian Woosnam and Roger Chapman. Here's Adam Hunter. Level par today, playing with Colin Montgomery. Winner of the Portuguese Open at Penhalonga. Beat Darren Clark in a playoff.
Not a very fine young player, and interestingly been working very hard with Paul Darby on his fitness, and a much fitter, leaner specimen now, and I think that's helped his game a great deal.
Final par 3 at Barsebäck.
Bottom tier, good way short of the hole. Playing quite long today, as you can see, an average of over 3. It's a tough par 3, nearly 190 yards to the flag, and this is going to be a 4-iron for Barry Lane. And that looks, oh, he's not happy with that left.
And well, if he's got any sort of lie in the bunker, he may have got that, may be a break, because it could have hurtled in the trees and onto the next tee almost.
A good break catching the sand, as you say, would have bounced maybe another 20 yards left had it missed the back edge of that trap. Forsbrand laying up with the iron. I say laying up, that's 2 tremendous hits, so the drive and an iron to get that close to the 16th green, 540 yards and into the wind.
Couple of pars here so far for Jesper Parnevik. Good response, because he tucked his drive at the previous hole a little bit left, and that's what he needed, one straight down the middle, and he didn't hold back on it.
You see the flag position today at the back corner of the green in the shadows of the big pine trees. Pretty straight away par 4 this one, aiming down the left side and just letting the wind move it back into the fairway. Driving down somewhere past those white signs, leaving, oh, today maybe a 7 or an 8. Iron into the green. Big target, generous flag position. We've seen 2 birdies today from Woodsy and Monty already. Perhaps Parnevik will be the 3rd.
Michael Campbell, 2 birdies here already in his first 2 rounds.
And all of a sudden not at all happy with his swing. He's amazing how quickly the confidence goes, and hit a couple of bad shots up the 12th for par 5. Wasn't happy with his second shot into the last, although he made the monster putt for a birdie, and that's a horrible spot down the left.
Adam Hunter second into 18, doesn't like it. Huge crowds around the green. He may have to take a drop into the dropping zones.
It's a long way left. He was probably hitting 6 iron there. Right, so you can see right shoulder coming over the top and tweaking it left. Good job we can't lip read. Very disappointed.
Colin Montgomery from the perfect position.
Monty will just slide this one on left to right, likes the look of it. Oh, I'm certainly not the best shot Monty could have played, but see from his reaction. Very fair, but nothing to write home about.
Now Barry Lane has played out of the sand at 15. This one to save his pie, and again the shadows to contend with.
That really is making it very, very difficult for the later players. I mean, those shadows obviously would not have been there for the earlier players. And he's running a couple of bogeys already on the last 2 holes, and needs to settle himself down. He needs to stop the boat rocking. And very much in danger of dropping out of contention here completely, and
3 bogeys in a row, and Barry Lane from a share of 2nd place, tumbling down the leaderboard. Ian Woosnam with his 2nd into 17.
Should be moving this one in right to left, aiming down the right edge of the green. See the ball moving in the air, turning it towards the flagstick. Another wonderful iron shot.
And there really isn't anybody playing better apart from the putting.
Machine-like, absolutely. The finest strikers in the world, and tee to green as solid as ever on the greens. Disappointing.
Well, the crowd's just a bit of movement there, but generally speaking, being immaculately behaved. I love their golf. It's a sport that's growing rapidly in Scandinavia.
Some 15 Swedish players playing on the last 2 days, which is a tremendous representation for their country. A little bit short from Parnevik, and certainly not his best stroke of the day, but he is 3 shots clear.
Spence for her par at 15. And that's the 2nd bogey in 3 holes. And in fact, you look at the last 3 holes, 5 bogeys and a par between Barry Lane and Jamie Spence. It's all going a little bit flat for them.
Always a danger when one player starts making bogeys and slipping backwards, that sometimes you get caught up in it, and like we've seen with Roger Chapman and Eamon Darcy earlier today, one person dragging the other along to a better day's golf, and unfortunately with Barry and Jamie they're making a few mistakes now.
Free drop at 18 for Adam Hunter into the crowd, and that's kind of lucky break really, because he could have been quite a long way from the green, and now it's a fairly routine chip and putt, hopefully.
Yeah, luckily for him. Well, obviously he would have known standing over the 2nd shot not to miss it on the right hand side, and now he's got all the green to work with. Had a drop, he's got a nice clean lie. Little pitch and run, check on the 2nd bounce. And very, very tidily done indeed. Not so sure about the glasses, but I'm told that the Oakleys that everybody's wearing relieve stress and give you an even better clarity of vision. I have to say, the way I putted, I think I'm going to wear a pair tomorrow.
Well, look out for that. Adam Hunter, I suppose, has a chance of making the Scottish Alfred Dunhill side, and you enjoyed your time there in the English team last year at St Andrews. And, Michael Campbell, I don't know if he's going to play for New Zealand, but with Greg Turner and Frank Nobilo, New Zealand could have a tasty trio. Oh, that's a super shot.
It's a great recovery shot. Looked in trouble. All of a sudden he's got a 10-footer for birdie. Now can Monty hole another monster and get a shot closer?
It's for a 67. Is he giving it out? He's got it. Oh, what a finish! Well called by Mark Rowe. He said Monty will be looking to finish birdie. He's done exactly that around the 67. And he will say, well, if it's 2 shots, the difference at the end of the day, as it is now, he'll say, I could take him.
And I have to say, if you would want any player breathing down your neck, or if you would not want any player breathing down your neck, it would have to be Colin Montgomery, former winner of this tournament, and judging by that finish, he's going to be firing on all cylinders tomorrow.
It was a terrific back nine, and he picked up 4 birdies in the last 7 holes. Looked at the leaderboard and said, I've got to get going, and he did. And you can bet Jesper Parnevik heard that roar coming back through the trees from 18. This is for birdie for the Swede at 14.
Very interesting again, getting into that shadow and another misread, and coming from bright sunlight into the shadows there, you just simply can't see the line of the putt. It's very, very tricky indeed.
Saying Colin Montgomery hasn't won this year, got into a playoff, the English Open, and so much lose that as Philip Walton played very well on that occasion. But really had a great chance to win the Irish Open, and a poor final round, and set a course record at Carnoustie in the first round of the Scottish. So he just had this little couple of shots here and there that have just stopped him winning even more.
Well, I have to say, I thought Parnevik would get away, but a marvellous finish there from Monty, and if you were having a bet, I would actually now have to put my money on Monty.
Right, you heard it here first. Michael Campbell not out of this yet though, and this would be a great escape if we could roll this in for a 3 after a pretty poor drive. Go on. Oh. Well, it's suddenly closing in on Jesper Parnevik. 2 birdies in a row for Campbell. And the perfect response to his bogey at 12.
That speaks volumes for Michael Campbell. Fearless. Great competitor as well. I would like to be his bank manager over the next few years.
Yes, he's won't be given the sort of letters I occasionally get. Oh dear, he moves them. Well.
It's inexplainable. It was a big pull to the left hand side of the hole and too much pace. Really does tear your heart out as a professional when you're striking the ball so beautifully, creating so many chances, and as soon as you get over the putt, you're just trying to fiddle it into the hole. You're just struggling to see a way in, and this is no gimme either.
Would have been dreadful if you were looking at a birdie as you walked onto the green and trotting off with a bogey, but this is Adam Hunter for his par at 18. This is for a round of 72. Oh, just, but level par 72 and a strong finish from Adam Hunter. You see, as Monty got motoring, so too did Adam Hunter, just dragged along on the shirt tails. They may be teammates for Scotland at St Andrews. Final match then, quite a way behind. A couple of rulings earlier in the day for Michael Campbell, and they've lost a lot of ground. Campbell with the honour.
Always difficult to maintain your pace of play with so many people watching and so much interference from the crowds. You very often have to back off several times, and I think that may be the reason for the group being slow.
Michael Campbell 3 birdies out of 3 at 14, and he made a 2 here yesterday. This is a profitable stretch for the Kiwi.
He definitely hit that one heavy. You could see that he got the turf before the ball. He left himself a putt up the tier, and quite a difficult one as well. That's not too close to the hole.
And a birdie here on Thursday in the first of his 267s for Parnevik. we're getting this close. He's done nothing wrong, of course, the last few holes, but he will know that Conor Montgomery's posted that 10 under total.
Looks like a 4-iron for Jasper. They can hit the ball both ways, but I'm sure he'll be favouring the right to left here. Just use the wind a little bit, the wind into and off the right. You see he's actually setting up a little bit down the right side. Turning the ball over. And a lovely shot too. Under the hole, putting up the hill. And a very, very possible birdie chance. Would be interesting to see just how much ground that last group has lost.
And Woosnam hit a monster drive at this hole yesterday. It really slid it around the corner. And he's got the shape going for him as well again. Over on the left hand side this time, but that's the best place to be. You don't want to be right. Jesper Parnevik then under a little bit of pressure. He's playing very well at 12 under, but Colin Montgomery's finished birdie for a round of 67, and here fancy his chances of catching the Swede in tomorrow's final round. Michael Campbell also making a couple of birdies and right back in the picture. Ian Woosnam still having problems with the putting, and some good rounds today. Canonica with an eagle on the back nine. Eamon Darcy having a useful tournament. A level par 72 for Adam Hunter. John Daly early in the day, 67. It's beautiful at Barsebäck here on the coastline, southern Sweden, and some terrific action in the third round of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters. Jesper Parnevik leading at 12 under, 2 shots clear of Colin Montgomery. Michael Campbell's in there at 9 under, and joining us in the commentary box, Roger Chapman, who really set the pace for a sparkling day with a 66. Well played, Roger.
Thanks very much, Steve.
And this is the man that you've got to catch. Mark's been saying earlier, a very strong leader.
Yeah, he's learned a lot from the States, I think, and he's playing excellent golf this week.
But Colin Montgomery finishing birdie. He's going to give him a run for his money, and I suppose Jesper will be looking if he can a birdie or two himself over these closing holes. Just keep 3 or 4 shots ahead of Marty.
Yeah, Colin is. He's been, so he says, struggling with his putter, but for a few weeks. But I mean, the one I saw him hole at the last didn't seem to be struggling so much now. But he's one of the guys to be in with a shout at the end of the day tomorrow.
Well, here's someone who's definitely suffered with the putter, Ian Woosnam.
Seems to be playing lovely, swinging well, and it's good to see him back in the swing of things.
But for the last 2 days, we've been watching him leaving putts short, just missing them left, missing right. Seemed to be dragging him a little bit left. Mark was watching those and saying he was getting on the left-hand side.
I haven't been watching much of it, Steve, but if he had one weakness, it does seem to his putting.
There you are, the man in the commentary box, Roger Chapman, 66. Best round of the year?
Do you know, I couldn't tell you. I really couldn't tell you. I think I might have had a 65 somewhere.
What was the secret for you today?
I hit the ball very close early on, and it seemed to get me going a bit. I missed a couple of putts early on from 10 feet and 5 feet, 1 and 2, and I thought, oh dear, it's going to be one of those days. But I managed to. I think I had to string 6 birdies in 8 holes, which is always nice.
Well, talk us through 16. We watched you earlier play this hole and didn't hit the best of chips. If I recall, it wasn't your best shot of the day.
No, I just had 80 yards to the pin. Pin was on 7, and as Mark is just showing us in the background, I dunched it. But wonderful hole. I mean, the last, from 13 in through the trees and pine trees, it's fantastic golf course.
It's very like Woburn in many ways.
Yeah, when I got to the 13th on the Pro-Am day, I just thought I was back in Woburn.
And huge crowds. Just the one bogey for you. That was at 15. Were you getting? Did you suddenly look up and see yourself right near the top of the leaderboard?
No, I didn't look at the board. I was on such a good roll, and the momentum was going so well, and I just came off a 5-iron. It just hit it a touch fat, and it plugged in the face of the trap, and it just seemed to lose momentum there, and you just sort of try and regroup and hang on.
There's Michael Campbell on the 16th. He's had 2 birdies here already this week. This is a good stretch of holes for Michael Campbell.
Good strong player. Had a great British Open a couple of weeks ago, and I think he'll benefit from that.
Of course, a chance that you could be playing with him tomorrow.
Yes, either him or Michael, Ian Woosnam. Either one I'll take.
And big crowds. I mean, that's what you're there for, really, isn't it? Just to get up there on the last Sunday and give it a crack.
Well, we'll wait and see how it goes.
Now we're wanting you to win. Here's Parnevik, leader at the moment, though.
Good, nice grilling.
He didn't seem to like that one. Yeah, he's well up there.
Yeah, it's not a hole that you can get up in. I wouldn't have thought you'd be able to get up in 2 today anyway. So, if you just probably didn't quite hit it right, you're still going to maybe hit a 3-wood or a 1-iron to about 60 yards short of the green, and hopefully hit a better chip than I did.
Here's 18 and Ian Woosnam. About as far as he's been from the pin this round. Not his best second shot. Ironically, he rammed this one home.
Well, you're saying he's leaving them short, so again.
Yeah, he's left himself that dreaded length which we've seen him missing over the last couple of days. Certainly won't be approaching that one with very much confidence.
Jamie Spence and Barry Lane. Long way ahead of the final match. This the 17th, so they're a clear hole ahead. And he's gone a little bit right, and trees there. Just got to be careful. You played this one quite well, Roger.
Yeah, I hit quite a nice drive down the right-hand side, and the pin's tucked on the left-hand side, and the wind is left to right, so I hit it the perfect side of the fairway. I was going in with 5-iron and just came off it a bit. It's a hole that you just want to get a 4 and walk on to the 18th. It's the toughest hole on the course. Jamie here's probably going with maybe a 4-iron. Just trying to see where the flag is there.
We were speculating earlier whether you still got the horse that you had a part interest in with, or whether Mark was thinking you probably had it one Friday night for dinner.
Oh, he's in the can of meat. I think a few years ago he went. It's like Shergar, disappeared off the face of the earth.
Well, coming over the bunker, that's not a bad result in the end.
It's a pretty good shot from there. He probably may have thought the wind might have just moved it in left or right.
Parnevik not holding. Oh, he's tugged that one way to the left. It's quite a nice bounce. There's a lot of squeeze to hit it through, wasn't there?
Yeah, it wasn't going to go anywhere else.
So a break for Parnevik. Now Barry Lane second to 17. Lane, who made a birdie at 16 to stop that run of 3 bogeys in a row. Another chance to repair the damage.
Yeah, he 3 bogeys and then birdied 16, so he could, you know, slot this one in and be a happier boy.
Game plan for you tomorrow? You're going to try and just relax and just take it one hole at a time?
Just hopefully do what I did today. I just felt very relaxed out there, and I holed a couple of putts early on, and it got me going.
Dribbled it. Not a confident strike, but good enough for Ian Woosnam. A round of 70, which could have been so much better. Just the 2 birdies on the back 9. It's no fewer than 6 or 7 realistic chances to improve his score. But he's still in contention and maybe playing with Roger Chapman tomorrow. Here's Michael Campbell. He's second at 16.
Does he hit driver off the fairway there?
Oh, it's 2 big hits.
Fantastic. I mean, that's tremendous hitting that. And the hole is 540 yards into the breeze.
Well, I suppose if he would have knocked that in or make another birdie, you could be playing with Colin Montgomery tomorrow. It's Campbell not out of this yet, and coming back strongly. Yes, for Parnevik, who's got, well, not too difficult a chip now, got lucky with the crowd.
Yes, he's probably got about 50 yards to come in from the left-hand side. Not a particularly difficult shot. And I think with him playing in the States, with these manicured fairways and greens, I would think his pitching has improved no end.
He always was a confident character, a reputation when he was full-time on the Volvo Tour as being a bit of a joker.
Yeah, it's strange for a Swede to be a bit of a joker, but no, he's a good lad. I think he jumped in the water at St Million, wasn't it?
He did, yeah,
years
to
ago.
the pond by 18, yeah.
Mind you, off the score he had, I think he should have done.
He's Anders Forsbrand second. Not been a good day for Forsbrand. Started at 6 under, he's 3 over today.
Yeah, I thought he'd perform better today. He looked to be swinging well. He seems to put himself under so much pressure of doing so well.
big Irish presence here. The Irish tourist board down, dishing out the Guinness in the tented village and having a great time. We've got a Dublin pub over here. And you play with Eamon Darcy, and good to see Darcy having a good score as well. You almost seem to spur each other on.
Eamon played lovely. We sort of played the same, and he should have been better off with his score, although 69 is a good score. But he had a lot of putts that just scraped around the hole and lipped out. He says he's been putting not so great for about 3 months now, so he holed a couple towards the end, so hopefully he's got it back.
Now this third shot for not dissimilar to the sort of range that you had yourself.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit shorter, and I was on the fairway. But,
but apart from that,
it should be fine. Should just pitch it onto the front and let it release coming out of the rough. A little better than mine, not much. But he's given himself a chance of a birdie. It's a fairly straight putt.
Well, he's going to get a read from the shot of Michael Campbell in a moment or two. Let's go forward to 17. Good second shot from Jamie Spence from an awkward position.
Not bad, not bad. It's difficult just judging the pace, putting from off the fringe. Barry Lane for birdie. Putt should just move a little left to right. Just hit it through the break. It was a good putt. It's a good four.
The 2 over for the day. Campbell for an eagle.
What a difference this would make to the top of the leaderboard. 2 wonderful shots. Probably the longest 2 shots we've seen so far this afternoon. And not a man lacking in bravery. Although I'm afraid to say that was a little bit weak. As Roger said, just probably catching in the fringe and taking the pace out of it a little bit early. But that would be a very, very solid birdie.
And we'll put him into a share of second place with Colin Montgomery. And, maybe just 2 behind. Could still be 3 because Parnevik, same line. Birdie putt.
Wonderfully aggressive player, as we said earlier. I don't think he'll be leaving this one short. Played solidly the last few holes, but no birdies.
Just looking through the top places, Miguel Angel Jimenez in at 6 under. And, maybe a chance to pick up a few more Ryder Cup points if he has a good day tomorrow. Just on the fringes of contention for a place on Concord.
Straight up the hill.
Oh, what a good fall.
When he takes control, he takes control. And it was the perfect response to Michael Campbell's 2 excellent shots.
There it is then, Parnevik leading by 3 from Colin Montgomery. Michael Campbell probably about to go 10 under in a few seconds time. And on the final tee is Barry Lane. Surprisingly, perhaps, what is it, a little fairway wood, little 3 wood, is it?
Yeah, 3 wood doesn't want to run out of room on the left. 265 to run out of the fairway. Barry, one of the longer hitters on the tour. It looks like he's gone the aerial route. Probably just cutting the corner. In fact, cutting just a little bit too much.
Timber.
And that's a horrible spot with the flag on the right side of the green. Disappointing day for him. He's done not a great deal wrong. Putting let him down a little bit over the last few holes. Obviously wanting a great performance here. Chances of Ryder Cup still for Barry Lane. As Michael Campbell polishes off a superb birdie 4 at 16.
And into a share of second place with Montgomery, 3 behind Jesper Parnevik.
Disappointing day 2 for Forsbrand. Maybe this will make him smile a little bit more. Oh my goodness me, I don't think he'll be smiling now.
No, not a day he will treasure for very long.
One of the very finest Swedish players though, and you know, as you said earlier, I think perhaps puts a little bit too much pressure on himself to achieve, and doesn't let it happen.
Coming towards the end of what's been a terrific third round of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters. And more to come tomorrow. I reckon they'll pass the 100,000 attendance figure sometime early tomorrow morning.
Yes, I think there'll be a tremendous gallery watching Jesper Parnevik tomorrow. He's 13 under now. Be interesting to know what the winning total is going to be, because that's what Roger Chapman's got to aim for. Perhaps another round of 66 for him. And Campbell looking anxiously. I think that's going right. A long way right. You can be lucky or you can be unlucky in that stuff. Yeah. All depends on the lie.
First cut of rough seems to be okay, and you're just a question if you're stymied by a tree, but get a little bit further and it can be very long, can't it?
Interesting to hear Roger's comments. He's got to be now going into the final day thinking about perhaps another 66.
Yeah, it looks that way, Mark. Maybe, you know, Parnevik, you've got to look at him being 15, 16 under, so it's going to be a tough day tomorrow. They're just edging away from the rest of the field. Perhaps not. Well, there's a few yards of difference between those drives.
Bit of a smile on Roger Chapman's face, because Jesper Parnevik in the trees, also Michael Campbell. But Parnevik, with 2 holes to play, leads the third round of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters by 3 from Colin Montgomery and Michael Campbell. Jesper Parnevik, with 1.5 holes to go, leads by 3. We come towards the close of the third round of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters, but Parnevik is in the trees to the left of 17. Just a question of how he lies. I'm joined in commentary by Mark Rowe and Roger Chapman. Chapman with the best round of the day so far, 66, and putting himself out of the pack and right into contention. And it seems that nobody can hit a fairway at the moment. Here's Barry Lane second at 18.
Well, that could have gone anyway. The crowds. Oh, what a shot that was! That was unbelievable.
They hit a tree. It sounded solid, didn't it?
He had nowhere to go there. He just threaded it through. It's unbelievable.
Well,
still, those shots come off. If you know, sometimes I was there on the first day and had tried to thread it through, and it just hit the edge of one tree and shot off into the stinging nettles. Took 6. Parnevik seems to have had a nice break. Maybe hit a tree and just come out a bit.
certainly looked as if he was going to be a little bit further in than that. But, the gallery's about 5 or 6 deep all around the course.
I have to say that ball looked like it was going a little bit further left off the tee. Could be a size 10 Swedish FootJoy helping that one back into a better lie. But whatever happened, it was good for Parnevik, and gives him a good chance of getting this ball on the green.
Move back on the left, please.
How far do you think he's got, Mark? Probably in the region of 170.
Yeah, he's turning the ball back into the wind here, the wind off the left and into. He's got to hook it probably some 20 or 30 yards, and the flag tucked tightly behind the trap on the left-hand side of the green, so anything right of the flag and middle of the green is a good shot from here.
Didn't hang back on it, did it? That's a tremendous shot. It's working its way back to the hole. That's a tremendous shot from there. Probably about 40 feet. He'll be very happy with that. Just to see, interesting to see where Michael Campbell is. Let's have a look at that shot again. Just aiming well right, you see. Good position at the top. Just gets inside it and tries to turn it over.
Well, after a very satisfactory result for Parnevik, Campbell has to gamble. Pretty good from there, perhaps expecting the ball to fly a little bit more out of the thicker grass, and came out cleanly, but he's got a chip across the green, quite a bit of green to work with.
Looking at the 18th there. Match of Jamie Spence and Barry Lane. Barry, after that wonderful second shot, he's got a putt of about 40 feet. Pace all important. There's not much break to it. It's not bad from there. 3 or 4 feet. Reasonably happy with that.
Coped very well with the pressure of the burden of expectation from the Swedish fans, and got a little up perhaps at 17, but yes, to Parnevik leading by 3. And if he could finish the same way as Colin Montgomery did a little while ago, birdie, that really would shut the door.
Jamie Spence having his caddy line up his putt here. bit weak. It wasn't really running at the hole. It's a pretty good day for Jamie. 74, just a couple of birdies, a couple of mistakes early on in the round there.
Now then, can Mr. Campbell come up with a Harry Houdini escape and get away with a par? Saw him in the right trees, deep in the jungle, and clever shot to get himself here. Popping the ball up, letting the ball release along the green, but a little bit short of pace. Perhaps thought the ball would fly a little bit more out of the semi-rough. We've seen him hole some very brave putts the last few holes, and he's going to need another one here.
Well, there are the current standings for the European Ryder Cup side. As I said before, the top 5 places secure. Still 5 places up for grabs. Per-Ulrik Johansson, the only one of the top 10 that can pick up any points this week now, but you can see Ian Woosnam and Miguel Jimenez 6 under going into the final round. They've got a chance, and that's why Barry Lane was probably looking so disappointed, or is looking so disappointed as he finishes his round, because he had a real opportunity to burst into that top 10.
Still a few players can burst into that team, and I think the quandary for Bernard Gallagher, his 2 selections, you've got to give Nick Faldo one, and who's going to be the second one?
Yes, he could certainly do with Ian Woosnam playing his way into the side, and that would help the options. And Woosnam has a chance to pick up a lot of points tomorrow afternoon. He's 5 behind Jesper Parnevik. Parnevik has this one for birdie at 17.
Again, I think he'll just be wanting to get it close. He's 3 shots in front. He doesn't want to make any silly errors now. Just a nice solid finish. Good effort, right on line. But he'll settle before after the tee shot, and then he got a bit of a break there. It looked as though it was going to go further left than it did. It's a very good score. Seems to be enjoying himself back on the European tour.
Yes, I suppose he would come into, if he were to win this week, he'd possibly come into Bernard Gallagher's thoughts at the very least.
Yeah, again, you're looking at somebody playing in the States, having an idea how to play the American courses.
Because Mark Rowe doesn't share that view, do you?
Well, I think if he'd wanted to be in the Ryder Cup team, I think he could have maybe made the effort of playing a few more tournaments in Europe, and I think it would be very, very difficult for Bernard to pick somebody like Jesper over the likes of Ian Woosnam with his great Ryder Cup experience.
I'll tell you what, I bet he wishes Michael Campbell was European.
Yeah, certainly the man of the year so far. Well, that's very unfamiliar for him. You don't see him leave many putts short. It's been a bit of an up and down day. Disappointing bogey.
Slips 4 behind now, and into 3rd place, a shot behind Colin Montgomery. It's Barry Lane.
Not sure what logo that is, but maybe we can find out for tomorrow. Roger's just informed me it's the 7-up chap. So you see on the advertisement, and he has reason to smile there. Was in the right trees, was very fortunate. Could have played ricochet all day in there and got it out onto the green and made a 4.
As it is, it's a 74 and not a good day. These are just some of the crowds making their way towards the final green, I think, coming up the side of 18 following Jesper Parnevik, last match of the day. They've caught up a little bit now, just the 1 hole behind.
Yeah, nice to see a Swede in Parnevik's case who plays the game at the right pace. One of the faster players amongst the Swedish contingent. As we look at the 18th hole, Dog leg left to right. Today playing slightly into and off the right, the wind blowing into and off the right. Driving just to the corner here, 245 yards to those trees there. Into the elbow, leaving perhaps a 6-iron today. Flag cut very tight on the right side, tight to the trap. Birdie possibility, but dangerous as you saw Barry Lane in the right two trees. You can soon make bogeys too.
Well, we watched you play it earlier, Roger, and I think you were a little bit left, weren't you, with your second?
Yeah, I hit a very good drive, 3-wood, as Mark said, right to the elbow. And I had 165 to the flag, just a bit into and off the right. And I hit a 6-iron, and it came up about 30 feet short. It just seemed to balloon a bit in the air and just hung a bit, so that's the reason why it was short. But I thought I'd made the putt, must admit.
Wasn't far away, and because she said cost you in the opening round a double bogey 6.
Yes, I was playing quite well the first day and just finished bogey, double bogey for a 73, so wasn't a happy Hector when I came off the green.
You're having quite a good year though, in the 3rd place at the Forest of Arden in the English Open.
Yes, last year was a poor year all round. It was one of those years you just want to forget, and this year was just like a rebuilding process, and you know, I've missed 4 cuts this year, that's all, so I've been fairly consistent, and as you say, I finished 3rd at the English Open, so it got me, you know, a little bit more confidence, and you know, I'm starting to enjoy the game again.
Good, yeah. Mark Rowe was sort of nodding. I think he's having your sort of year that you had last year. He's having it this year.
Yeah, not a great deal of fun when the putts don't drop and too many bogeys and not enough birdies, but as always next year, as Roger says.
Parnevik with looks like a 3-wood. He does go at it, doesn't he? Crowd seem to like it. That's perfect. Probably, I don't know, maybe a 5-iron from there, so it's still, you know, not an easy shot. Michael Campbell going with 1 iron.
Quite a strong player, Michael Campbell. We saw 2 wonderful shots close to the 16th green, the farthest up that hole of anybody today. But he has to be careful that he gets past the corner of the dogleg. As we said, 245 to get past the corner. Bit distracted. Perhaps another of those marshals lifting the quiet please sign at the start of the backswing.
He's got to hit this one solidly, Mark, or else he won't. I wouldn't have thought he'd get past the elbow, would he?
Well, I wouldn't have thought so, but
because it's a bit into and off the right, the tee shot.
Having a little conference with Max's caddy, and obviously wanting confirmation of that. Let's see.
See, I think I don't think he had enough club off the tee there. He may be just a bit tight, that.
Yeah, I think perhaps the wrong club off the tee, and putting a little bit extra pressure on the second shot. A long way back.
Well, out across the sea, Copenhagen, and a little bit beyond that, over to the United States. Here's the way the American side is shaping up. Their selection process finishes next week after the US PGA at Riviera. Mark, thoughts on the American lineup?
I'm looking forward to watching. I'd love to be taking part, but unfortunately been a poor season for me. No names there to strike fear into the hearts of our European players. I think it's going to be a great match, and I think we have a great chance this year.
It'll be interesting to see who Lanny picks. Will he go for experience? Maybe a Tom Watson or a Curtis Strange? Be interesting.
Well, wouldn't you love to play with John Daly in the foursomes?
It wouldn't be bad, would it? Just driving a pitch.
Daly and Kite, what a combination. Drive it 320, stiff it with a wedge.
Music to your ears, isn't it?
Let's hope he doesn't pick him.
It'll be a brave man that leaves the British Open champion out there.
very much looking like it'll be Parnevik and Montgomery tomorrow in the final group, and Roger Chapman and Michael Campbell hopefully chasing them all the way home.
Parnevik's played a couple of times this year on the Volvo Tour. He came back for the PGA at Wentworth, and of course played in the Scottish Open in the build-up. Missed the cut there. Was 24th tied in the Open, and in fact, of course, in that Volvo PGA at Wentworth. Good finish there. Share of 4th place with a very strong field.
Really has been a pretty faultless display from Parnevik over the first 3 days. Obviously inspired by his home crowds.
Well, Michael Campbell's going to have to fade this round.
Yeah, very disappointing choice of club selection there. Maybe whether he got the wind wrong or we can't be sure, but he's just put himself under unnecessary pressure there. 3 wood for him would easily carry the corner, and
but I wonder if he wasn't happy with that last tee shot at 17 and he pushed it into trees. And he's been a bit shaky with the metal woods. Maybe that has something to do with it.
Yeah, it's definitely been uncomfortable the last 6 or 7 holes with his swing. We've seen him veering off to the right and to the left, and well, we can see here he probably does actually have an angle to get past the corner tree. It's going to be very tight, but looking like a 4-iron, so he's an awful long way back.
Campbell på väg in, något öppnad järnfram.
Lovely shot. You heard the Swedish commentator that talks you through this shot on the 18th. He doesn't, well, he actually describes the shots. I think he upset Nick Faldo here 3 years ago. He was just about to play a shot and he got sort of suddenly from behind 18, sort of ball-by-ball commentary, as it were.
Yes, as Roger so rightly says, doesn't take a great deal to upset Nick, and Parnevik considerably shorter, but that was a quality golf shot from Campbell. He certainly hasn't given up hope of catching Jasper yet.
Well, he only needs to get a flyer tomorrow. The first hole very birdieable, and then you see Parnevik, his one trouble was at the 3rd hole, which is not the best hole on the golf course, and he carded a double bogey 6, and if that would happen again, and the pressure would be just as great, if not greater, on the Swede. Who knows?
And also, don't count out the likes of Roger Chapman and Ian Woosnam at 8 under par. Another 66 tomorrow from either of those, and they're going to post a very good target indeed. 6-iron for Parnevik. He's gone at the flag all day today. Will he do the same again now? Very competent golf shot.
It just looked as though he dragged it through the ball round. As you see, it ended up on the left-hand side of the green. But Jasper walking up the 18th, I'm sure he'll enjoy this. Crowds have been fantastic all week. Superb. So much encouragement to give you. You're walking onto the green, and it's almost as though it's a British Open. They're just really welcoming you onto the green and giving you all the encouragement you need.
Terrific reception for Jasper Parnevik. Obviously the Swedish galleries, he's the man they want to win, but they've been fair to all the other players as well, and they've been treated to a wonderful week of golf and the prospect of even more fireworks to come in tomorrow's final round. Good job, the 18. It's not a par 5, really, isn't it? We'll never get there.
I'm sure he's enjoying himself, and so he should. Something very special to be leading in front of your home fans, and he's got a tough day ahead of him tomorrow, but he leads very well from the front. He looks very relaxed. Certainly enjoying himself, which is a great asset under pressure if you can smile and keep your sense of humour.
Wonderful scenes at Barsebäck. Second time they've staged this Volvo Scandinavian Masters. I'm sure it won't be the last. And so much noise a moment or two ago and everybody quiet. Final putts of an enthralling day.
Parnevik just having a look at his long putt. Again, no mistakes, and a round of 69 it would be, which under the circumstances, a very good score, especially with a 6 at the third. He's come back very strongly. Other players may have wilted, but he seems to have got his game in order. He shot 65 in the Pro-Am as well, so it's there. The game is there.
It's a good job we don't count the Pro-Am scores as well, otherwise he'd be just about uncatchable. Had a wonderful putt from long range at the 17th, which was right in the middle. We saw Monty hold a putt of similar length earlier. Absolute silence.
There we go, Jack. Little Tester coming back. But made a bad effort.
Got that putt for a 69. Took a while to get going, but he had birdies at 6 and at 9 and then 10 and 11. That was an important little period for Jesper Parnevik. That's when he got control of the tournament and responded to Colin Montgomery's birdie finish with a birdie of his own at 16.
Michael Campbell, after that wonderful second shot, left him a lot to do. As Mark said, probably went in with 4 iron. It's a lovely shot, just fading it round the trees.
Well, this is for a round of 70, and Campbell, who started with 2 birdies in the first 3 holes and then rather fell behind, has this to tie second going into the final round with Colin Montgomery.
Has he hit it?
I think he has. Yeah.
Brilliant.
What a way to finish.
Fantastic. Fantastic. He put himself under a lot of pressure with his tee shot, but he came good in the end. It's a tremendous throw and lovely way to finish.
Recovered from those setbacks at 5 and 6 and then dropped another shot at 12 where he was in trouble all the way. But a tremendous finish from Michael Campbell. 4 birdies and the 1 bogey in the closing 6 holes, and he's 3 shots now behind Jesper Parnevik, tied for second with Colin Montgomery.
I should be playing with Michael, I think, tomorrow, looking at the scoreboard. Parnevik with a 3-footer. Almost straight in. But with 20,000 pairs of Swedish eyes looking down at you, not an easy task. Very confident.
It's been a feature of Jesper Parnevik's play. He's aggressive in every department of the game, and that's a good third round. It's just what he and all the Swedish supporters would have hoped for. A round of 69. And so the double bogey at the third could have been disastrous, but he came back in fine style, and he will go into the final round leading by 3. We've had a wonderful afternoon here at Barsebäck, third round of the Volvo Scandinavian Masters. Hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. And thanks to Mark Rowe for his second stint in the commentary box. Good luck tomorrow. Hope a putt or two drops. And of course, good luck to Roger Chapman. Roger Chapman on the leaderboard after 66, in with a chance. Jesper Parnevik, though, leads by 3 from Montgomery and Campbell. Wherever you are in the world, from me, Steve Edo, goodbye. Hope to have your company tomorrow.